Hey there, welcome to Broderos. Tonight, we've got hours of chilling horror stories combined with soothing rain sounds to help you relax and sleep. Before you drift off, leave a comment below and let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. And don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe right away. If you end up not enjoying it, you can always take it back later. Get cozy and let the fear take over. What happens when the hunters become the haunted? The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the wind. That's what anyone would think, right? A soft rustling through autumn leaves, a distant call that could easily be mistaken for an owl or some nocturnal creature. But there was something in that sound, something that made the hair on my neck stand on end. My name is Daniel Wells, and I've been a forest guide in these parts for nearly 12 years. Black Ridge Forest has always been my sanctuary, a place where I could escape the noise of civilization and find peace among ancient trees and untamed wildlife. I know every trail, every clearing, every hidden spring, or so I thought. You'll be fine, my colleague Jack had assured me with his usual dismissive wave. It's just local superstition. People around here have been telling stories about those woods for generations. I should have paid more attention to the warnings from the villagers. The older folks in Pinecrest would fall silent whenever someone mentioned venturing into the northern section of the forest after dusk. Their eyes would drift downward, and they'd find some excuse to change the subject. But I'd always written it off as small-town folklore, the kind of stories people tell to keep their history alive. That was before I started leading weekend expeditions deeper into the territory. The air felt different that Friday evening as I set up camp for my group of 4 hikers, a couple from Boston, a photographer from Seattle, and a quiet man who kept to himself. The usual forest sounds seemed muted, as if the creatures were holding their breath. Even the rustling of leaves sounded wrong somehow, more deliberate than random. "Is it always this quiet?" asked Melissa, the woman from Boston, as she helped her husband pitch their tent. "Sometimes," I replied, though I knew it wasn't true. The forest had never felt this silent before. Animals can sense when there are strangers around. As twilight settled over the camp, I noticed something odd about the shadows beneath the trees. They seemed to stretch toward us rather than away from the setting sun, almost like fingers reaching across the forest floor. I blinked, and they returned to normal. Just a trick of the light, I told myself. We gathered around the campfire, sharing stories and roasting marshmallows. The usual camaraderie of strangers thrown together in the wilderness. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Did anyone else hear that? The photographer, Brian, suddenly interrupted his own story about wildlife encounters. We all fell silent, listening. Nothing at first, then a distant crack of a branch. Could be anything. A deer. A falling limb. Just the forest settling for the night, I said with practiced confidence. But internally, something cold was spreading through my chest. As the night grew deeper, the others retreated to their tents. I volunteered to bank the fire and do a final check of the perimeter, standard procedure. The moonlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled silver patterns on the ground. Beautiful, normally. Tonight, unsettling. That's when I heard it clearly for the first time, not wind, not an animal. It was a human sound, a long exhalation that ended in something like a moan. It came from somewhere beyond the tree line, maybe 50 yards away. I froze, flashlight beam sweeping the darkness between the trees. Nothing moved. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting breaking the silence. My voice sounded small and vulnerable in the vastness of the forest. No response, but the feeling of being observed intensified. I completed my rounds quickly and retreated to my tent, zipping the flap closed as if thin nylon could keep out whatever lurked in the darkness. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by sounds I couldn't identify. Shuffling footsteps that circled our camp. The soft metallic click that reminded me of a rifle being cocked. A low murmuring that could have been voices conversing just below the threshold of understanding. Each time I bolted upright, heart racing, sweat beading on my forehead despite the cool autumn air. Each time I told myself it was nothing, wind, wildlife, the normal sounds of the forest at night. But deep down, I knew better. Morning brought fog that clung to the forest floor, reducing visibility to mere yards. The others commented on sleeping poorly, mentioning strange dreams and unfamiliar sounds. The quiet man, Thomas, looked particularly haggard, his eyes sunken and bloodshot. "I saw something last night," he said abruptly as we prepared breakfast. "A figure, standing between the trees. Watching us." "Probably just shadows," I said automatically, the response I'd been repeating to myself all night. Thomas shook his head. "No. It wore an old-fashioned hat, like hunters used to wear decades ago." An uncomfortable silence fell over our group. The couple exchanged glances. "My grandfather used to hunt in these woods," Melissa said quietly. "He mentioned once that there was a hunting party that went missing here in the 50s. 5 men who never came home." I forced a laugh. There are stories like that about every forest in America. But the information settled like a weight in my stomach. 5 men. 5 hunters who never returned. As we broke camp and continued our hike, the fog refused to lift. It swirled around us, transforming familiar landmarks into twisted, unfamiliar shapes. Twice I had to consult my compass when trails I knew by heart suddenly seemed wrong. "Are we lost?" Brian asked, his camera hanging unused around his neck. "No," I assured him, though I was no longer certain. "Just taking it slow because of the visibility." The day wore on, and the forest grew stranger. The trees looked wrong somehow, older, more gnarled. Moss grew thicker on the north sides than I remembered. Bird calls echoed strangely, distorted as if coming from much farther away than they should. And always, the feeling of being followed. By midday, Thomas was glancing constantly over his shoulder. Melissa had fallen silent, her earlier chattiness replaced by tight-lipped concentration. Her husband kept one hand on her elbow, guiding her over roots and uneven ground, his knuckles white with tension. The fog briefly thinned around 2 in the afternoon, allowing shafts of sunlight to penetrate the canopy. In that moment of clarity, Brian stopped suddenly, pointing to our left. "What's that?" About 30 yards off the trail stood a dilapidated structure I'd never seen before. A hunter's blind, ancient and weathered, listing to one side as if about to collapse. "That's not supposed to be there," I said, more to myself than to the group. The structure looked as if it had been abandoned for decades, wood gray with age, partial roof caved in, window openings dark and empty like eye sockets. "Let's check it out," Brian suggested, already stepping off the path. "We should stick to the trail," I said sharply, surprising myself with the urgency in my voice. Something about that blind made my skin crawl. I couldn't explain the certainty, but I knew with bone-deep conviction that nothing good awaited us there. Brian hesitated, then shrugged and rejoined the group. "Your call. You're the guide." As we continued walking, the fog closed in again, thicker than before. And with it came the sounds, clearer now, unmistakably human. The crunch of footsteps paralleling our own. Occasional whispers that might have been conversations or might have been names being called. My name, I realized with a jolt of horror. They were whispering my name. Daniel. Daniel Wells. I looked at the others, trying to determine if they heard it too. Their tense postures and darting eyes told me everything I needed to know. We were being stalked by something that knew us, that called to us with voices that came from everywhere and nowhere. By late afternoon, we should have reached the eastern trailhead in our waiting vehicles. Instead, we found ourselves in a part of the forest I couldn't recognize, denser, darker, with trees that seemed to have grown undisturbed for centuries. "We're going in circles," Thomas said, his voice flat with accusation. I checked my compass again. The needle spun wildly, settling nowhere. "That's impossible," I muttered, tapping the case. The compass continued its erratic dance, useless. "We need to stop," Melissa said, her voice shaking. "Before it gets dark again." The thought of spending another night in these woods sent ice through my veins, but she was right. We couldn't keep wandering blindly. We found a small clearing and began setting up camp with mechanical efficiency, no one speaking more than necessary. The tension was a physical presence, wrapping around us like the fog that refused to disperse. As I hammered a tense stake into the unusually hard ground, my tool struck something solid. Brushing away dirt and debris, I uncovered a piece of metal, corroded, ancient. It was a hunting knife, its blade pitted with rust but still recognizable. The handle bore faded initials, TW. I stared at it, my breath catching. Those were my grandfather's initials. Thomas Wells. But that was impossible. My grandfather had never hunted here. He'd lived his entire life 3 states away. Unless... The memories surfaced slowly, like bodies rising from the bottom of a lake. My father, drunk one Christmas Eve, talking about his father's disappearance. Just went hunting one day and never came back. Him and 4 others. "What is it?" Brian's voice jolted me back to the present. I pocketed the knife quickly. "Nothing. Just some old trash." As darkness began to fall, bringing with it a bone-deep chill, we huddled near the fire. No one suggested sharing stories tonight. We ate in silence, each lost in private fears. The snapping of twigs came first, deliberate steps approaching our clearing from all directions. Then shadows moving between trees, just outside the circle of firelight. Hunched figures that walked like men but moved wrong somehow, too fluid and too jerky all at once. "Do you see them?" Melissa whispered, clutching her husband's arm. We all nodded, unable to speak. The shadows circled our camp, never quite revealing themselves fully. Behind them came the sounds, rifles being loaded, metal scraping against metal, low murmurs of conversation. And underneath it all, a smell began to permeate the clearing, damp earth, rotting leaves, and something else. Something sweet and putrid at the same time. The unmistakable scent of decay. My hand closed around the knife in my pocket, its rusted edge cutting into my palm. The pain anchored me, kept me from screaming as the shadows drew closer, their whispers growing louder. "Daniel. Grandson. We've found you at last." Have you ever felt the moment when your mind refuses to accept what your eyes are seeing? The night grew colder as we huddled around our dwindling fire. No one suggested gathering more wood. That would mean venturing into the darkness where those shapes moved. Instead, we pressed closer together, as if physical proximity could somehow shield us from what lurked just beyond the firelight. "They're getting closer," Thomas whispered, his voice cracking. He was right. The figures had tightened their circle, drifting between the trees with the hunter's patience. Sometimes one would stop, standing perfectly still for minutes at a time, watching us with an intensity one could feel like physical pressure. My fingers kept returning to the rusted knife in my pocket. My grandfather's knife. The grandfather I'd never met because he vanished decades before I was born. The grandfather whose disappearance had broken my father, turning him to alcohol and bitter silence. "We need to do something," Brian said, his photographers cataloging details even in his fear. "They're positioning themselves around us. Like they're setting up for a hunt," Melissa's husband, Robert, added grimly. The word hunt sent a shiver down my spine. These woods had always been known for hunting. The locals boasted about trophy bucks and wild turkey. But there were older stories too, whispered after too many drinks at the village bar. Stories about a different kind of hunting that had once taken place here. "What do they want?" Melissa's voice was barely audible. I knew the answer, though I couldn't explain how. "They want what was taken from them." For pairs of eyes turned to me, questioning. "Life," I continued, the words coming from some deep, instinctual place. "They lost their lives here, and now they hunt for replacements." "That's insane," Robert said, but his protest lacked conviction. A branch snapped loudly at the edge of our clearing, too loud to be accidental. A warning. Or an invitation. "My grandfather told me something once," Melissa said suddenly. "About hunters who violated the old codes. Who killed not for food or necessity, but for sport. For pleasure." She swallowed hard. "He said the forest remembers such things." "This is ridiculous," Robert snapped, standing abruptly. "They're probably just locals trying to scare us off their property." He grabbed his flashlight. "I'm going to confront them." "Don't." I grabbed his arm, pulling him back. "Whatever they are, they're not just locals." As if to punctuate my warning, a low moan drifted across the clearing, a sound of pain and longing so profound it could not have come from a living throat. Robert sank back down, the flashlight slipping from his trembling fingers. The hours crawled by. None of us could sleep. We took turns feeding the fire with the little wood we had, watching as the figures continued their patient surveillance. Sometimes they would disappear entirely, only to reappear closer than before, as if testing how near they could approach without us noticing. I kept thinking about the knife. About the initials. About my father's broken silence on Christmas Eve 20 years ago. They were hunting out of season, he'd slurred, staring into his whiskey. Poaching unprotected land. My father and his buddies. They'd been doing it for years. His eyes had grown distant. They went deeper than usual that time. Looking for bigger game. And something found them instead. I dismissed it as drunken rambling. Now, I wasn't so sure. As the night deepened, a strange lethargy began to settle over our group. My thoughts grew sluggish, my limbs heavy. I fought against it, recognizing it as unnatural, a hunter's trick to subdue prey. "Stay awake," I urged the others. "Don't let yourselves drift off." But one by one, they began to succumb. First Thomas, his head nodding despite his obvious terror. Then Brian, slumping against his backpack. Melissa and Robert fought longer, holding each other, whispering urgently, but eventually they too grew silent, their breathing deepening into the rhythm of sleep. Only I remained conscious, though it took every ounce of will. The knife cut deeper into my palm as I squeezed it, using pain to keep myself present. And then they came. They stepped into the firelight, no longer hiding in shadow. 5 figures dressed in hunting clothes from another era, flannel shirts, canvas pants, withered boots. Their faces, God, their faces. Not rotted, not skeletal, but wrong. Like wax that had begun to melt and reharden in grotesque approximations of human features. Their eyes were the worst part, milky white and yet somehow still seeing, still aware. The tallest one stepped forward. Something about his posture, the set of his shoulders, struck a chord of recognition deep within me. He removed his hat, an old-style hunting cap with ear flaps, revealing a face that might once have resembled my own. "Grandson," he said, his voice like gravel being crushed. "You've come home." "You're not real," I whispered, though I knew it was a lie. He smiled, lips pulling back too far, revealing teeth stained dark with something I didn't want to identify. "More real than you know." He gestured to his companions. "We've been waiting, hunting, but never finding what we needed." "What do you need?" I asked, though I feared the answer. "Vessels," another one rasped. To finish what was interrupted. They began moving toward my sleeping companions, their movements jerky yet purposeful. I stood, placing myself between them and the others. "Don't touch them," I said, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. My grandfather, or the thing wearing his likeness, cocked his head. "Blood calls to blood. You're mine. These others are not your concern." "I'm nothing like you," I spat. "No." He pointed to the knife in my hand, his knife. "Yet here you are, in these woods, leading others to their doom. Just as I did." "I didn't know." "Part of you knew," he interrupted. "The part that belongs here. The part that's always belonged." One of the other figures had reached Brian, kneeling beside his unconscious form. It placed a hand on his chest, a hand that seemed to sink slightly into him, as if testing the consistency of his flesh. I lunged forward, swinging the rusted knife. It passed through the figure's arm with no resistance, like cutting through cold smoke. The creature didn't react, continuing its examination of Brian. "Physical weapons can't harm us," my grandfather's ghost said, almost gently. "We're beyond such concerns." Desperation clawed at my throat. "Then what do you want from me?" "Understanding," he said, stepping closer. "Participation." "In what?" "The hunt." His milky eyes gleamed in the firelight. "It was interrupted before. We need to complete it." A cold certainty settled over me. "You want me to help you, hunt my friends?" "They're not your friends." His voice dropped lower, becoming almost hypnotic. "They're strangers. Temporary companions. Your blood, our blood, runs with the forest." As he spoke, I became aware of a change in the air around us. The forest sounds had ceased entirely. The fire burned without crackling. Even the wind had stopped. "The forest remembers," he continued. "It protected itself from us. Trapped us. But with your help, we can complete the hunt and find release." "By killing innocent people?" He shook his head, the movement too fluid, too wrong. "No one who enters these woods is truly innocent. They come to take, to conquer, to possess what is not theirs." "That's not true," I argued, but images flashed through my mind. Brian talking about getting the perfect shot for his portfolio, Robert mentioning how this untouched landscape would make a great investment opportunity if developed properly. My grandfather's apparition stepped closer still, close enough that I could smell him, earth and decay and something metallic like old blood. You feel it, don't you? The pull of the hunt. The forest knows its own. And God help me, part of me did feel it, a strange, primal recognition. These woods had always called to me in ways I couldn't explain. Had always felt like home in a way no place ever had. I won't help you, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. He smiled that terrible smile again. You already have. By bringing them here. By leading them deeper than they should have gone. The realization hit me like physical pain. Our wandering hadn't been random. I'd been leading us in circles, deeper into the forest, away from safety. No, I whispered. The hunt always finds a way, another of the figures rasped. Blood calls to blood. They moved as one man, surrounding my sleeping companions. Not touching them, but hovering close, as if waiting for something. Waiting for me, I realized. My grandfather extended his hand, offering me something, a hunting knife identical to the rusted one I held, but pristine, gleaming in the firelight. Join us, he said. Release us. Become what you were always meant to be. The knife in my hand grew heavier, warmer. The rust seemed to flake away, revealing clean metal beneath. I stared at it in horror, understanding dawning. They didn't need me to physically harm anyone. They needed my consent. My participation in their twisted hunt. My acceptance of my heritage. The forest around us seemed to lean in, listening, waiting for my decision. The fire dimmed further, plunging us into near darkness where only the glowing eyes of the hunting party remained visible. I thought of my father, broken by the loss of his own father. I thought of the ghost before me, trapped in endless hunting. I thought of my companions, innocent despite their flaws. There must be another way, I said, desperate now. Another price. My grandfather's specter tilted his head, considering. There is always another way. His voice had changed, resonating with the creaking of branches, the rustling of leaves. But the price is higher. Tell me. One must stay willingly, he said. One must take our place so we may find rest. The implication was clear. A sacrifice. A replacement. If I stay, I said slowly, you leave them alone? Let them find their way out safely? Blood calls to blood, he repeated. Your blood is our blood. Your sacrifice would be acceptable. I looked at my sleeping companions, people who had trusted me, followed me into this nightmare. People with lives and loved ones waiting for them. How do I know you'll keep your word? A sound like cracking ice emerged from his throat. Laughter, I realized. We are bound by older rules than promises, grandson. The forest ensures all debts are paid. The knife in my hand grew colder, heavier. The decision crystallizing before me was impossible, unthinkable, and yet somehow felt inevitable, as if my entire life had been leading to this moment, this choice. I need to think, I said. Dawn approaches, my grandfather warned. With light comes change. Decision must come before then. As if to emphasize his words, the faintest lightning of the sky became visible through the trees, not sunrise yet, but its first intimation. The figures began to withdraw, melting back into the forest shadows. Only my grandfather remained, watching me with those terrible milky eyes. We will return when night claims the forest again, he said. Have your answer ready. And then he too was gone, leaving me alone with 4 sleeping companions and an impossible choice. I sank to my knees beside the dying fire, the knife clutched in my bloodied hand. Sacrifice myself to save strangers? Or become something monstrous to preserve my own life? As the first birds began their tentative morning songs, my companions stirred, waking to a new day with no memory of the night's visitations. They complained of strange dreams, of feeling unusually tired despite their sleep. I said nothing of what I'd seen, of the choice that awaited me. What could I say that wouldn't sound like madness? Instead, I suggested we try again to find our way out, though I knew now that the forest would never release us so easily. Not until the hunt was complete. As we gathered our gear, I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. In the soft earth around our campsite, clear as day, were tracks, boot prints from 5 sets of feet, circling where we had slept. Proof that I hadn't imagined any of it. Proof that night would bring their return. And with it, my final choice. Is it possible to outrun your own blood? Morning broke with deceptive beauty, golden light filtering through autumn leaves, mist rising from the forest floor in ethereal curls. If not for the boot prints circling our camp and the leaden dread in my stomach, it might have been a scene from a travel brochure. We need to get moving, I told the others, trying to keep the desperation from my voice. If we start now, we might reach the trailhead by noon. None of them argued. The night had left its mark on all of them, even if they couldn't remember the specific horrors I had witnessed. Thomas looked as though he'd aged overnight, deep lines etched around his mouth. Melissa's hands trembled as she packed her gear. Brian kept glancing into the surrounding forest, his camera forgotten. Robert maintained a grim silence, staying close to his wife. I led us east, or what I hoped was east, given that my compass still spun uselessly. I was following instinct now, and the faint path of the rising sun through the canopy. Did anyone else dream about hunters last night? Thomas asked suddenly as we hiked. I nearly stumbled, catching myself on a tree trunk. Old-fashioned ones, he continued, oblivious to my reaction. With those vintage caps and canvas vests. They were watching us. I had the same dream, Melissa said quietly. They were circling our camp. Just anxiety dreams, I said quickly. The mind processing unfamiliar surroundings. But I could see in their eyes that they weren't convinced. Something had reached them in their sleep, the truth seeping through despite my grandfather's otherworldly influence. We walked for hours. The forest around us grew older, wilder. Trees I couldn't identify towered overhead, their trunks wider than any I'd seen in this region before. The undergrowth thinned, replaced by a carpet of moss so thick it muffled our footsteps. This isn't right, Brian said eventually, stopping to survey our surroundings. We should have hit a marked trail by now. He was right. We should have. But I was beginning to understand that normal rules of distance and direction no longer applied. The forest had us in its grasp, and it would not release us until the night's reckoning. Let's rest, I suggested, spotting a fallen log that would serve as a bench. Save our strength. As the others gratefully dropped their packs, I moved a short distance away, pretending to scout ahead while actually examining the knife that had become both talisman and burden. The rust was completely gone now, the metal gleaming as if newly forged. The initials TW stood out in sharp relief on the handle. Thomas Wells. My grandfather. The hunter who had violated something sacred in these woods and paid the ultimate price. And now that price had come due again, with interest. Daniel? I jumped, hastily pocketing the knife. Melissa stood a few feet away, concern etched on her face. Are you okay? You seem... She hesitated. Different today. For a wild moment, I considered telling her everything, pouring out the impossible truth, sharing the burden of the choice that loomed with nightfall. But what good would it do? She'd think me mad, or worse, believe me and be forced to carry the same terrible knowledge. Just focused on getting us out, I said instead. She studied me, unconvinced. There's something you're not telling us about these woods. Before I could formulate a response, a sound cut through the forest quiet, a gunshot, distant but unmistakable. We froze, looking at each other in confusion. Hunters? Robert suggested. Maybe we're closer to civilization than we thought. No, I said, certainty flooding me. No one hunts in this part of the forest. It's protected land. Another shot rang out, closer this time. Then another. A pattern was forming, shots fired in sequence, moving in our direction. Not random hunting. A signal. A summons. We need to move, I said urgently. Now. Toward the shots? Brian asked. Might be our best chance of finding help. No. The force of my response startled all of them. Away from them. Trust me. Something in my expression must have convinced them, because they gathered their gear without further argument. I led our group deeper into the forest, away from the gunshots, though each step felt like wading through molasses. The forest itself seemed to resist our movement, branches reaching lower to snag clothing, roots rising to trip unwary feet. The gunshots continued, a steady rhythm that seemed to be keeping pace with us despite our efforts to flee. And beneath them, a new sound emerged, hounds baying, their cries echoing through the trees. They're hunting something, Thomas said, his voice tight with fear. Us, I thought but didn't say. Instead, all the more reason to keep our distance. As afternoon waned, the forest grew darker, shadows lengthening impossibly fast. The canopy above thickened until barely any sunlight penetrated. We switched on flashlights hours before we should have needed them. And still the sounds of the hunt drew nearer, gunshots, hounds, and now the crack of branches as something large moved through the undergrowth behind us. We need to hide, Melissa whispered urgently. But where? The forest offered no shelter, no refuge. Just endless trees and watching shadows. Then, through a gap in the foliage, I spotted it, another hunter's blind, similar to the one we'd seen the day before but intact, its dark outlines dark against the gloom. This time, instead of avoiding it, I found myself drawn toward it. There, I said, pointing. We can wait them out. The others followed without question, fatigue and fear overriding any caution. The blind was larger than it had appeared from a distance, a small cabin rather than a simple platform. Its wooden walls were weathered but solid, the small windows clouded with grime. The door creaked open at my touch, revealing a single room furnished sparsely with wooden benches, a small table, and ancient hunting implements hanging from pegs on the walls. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, cold ashes in its hearth evidence of long abandonment. Check for any food or supplies, I instructed, knowing we'd find none but needing to distract the others while I examined our shelter more closely. The inside of the blind felt wrong, the dimensions slightly off, the angles not quite right. And there was a smell, faint but persistent, that I recognized from the previous night. Earth and decay and old blood. On the back wall hung 5 vintage hunting rifles, their barrels dark with age. Below them, carved into the wooden planks, were 5 sets of initials. My eyes went immediately to TW, second from the left. My fingers traced the carved letters, and as they did, the wood felt warm, almost alive beneath my touch. Daniel. Thomas's voice pulled me back to the present. Look at this. He was holding an old photograph he found tucked between the wall planks. It showed 5 men in hunting gear, standing proudly with rifles similar to those hanging on the wall. Their faces were faded but still discernible. And there in the center stood my grandfather, his features so similar to my own it was like looking in a distorted mirror. He looks like you, Thomas said, confusion in his voice. Before I could respond, the baying of hounds grew suddenly louder, terrifyingly close. Something large crashed through the undergrowth just outside our shelter. Put out the lights, I hissed. Now. We huddled in darkness as whatever hunted us moved around the blind, sniffing at its foundation. The wooden walls seemed pitifully thin now, barely a barrier between us and what waited outside. The doorknob turned slowly, rattling as something tested it. I'd thrown this simple bolt lock, but it wouldn't hold against any determined force. Then, mercifully, the presence seemed to move away. The sounds of movement faded, though the distant baying of hounds continued. What the hell is going on, Daniel? Robert demanded, his voice a harsh whisper. And don't tell me this is normal forest sounds or local hunters. Something is hunting us specifically. I looked at their faces, pale in the darkness, eyes wide with fear but still trusting me to lead them to safety. That trust felt like a physical weight on my chest. It's complicated, I began, not knowing how to explain the impossible. Try us, Melissa said firmly. So I told them. About my grandfather and his 4 hunting companions who had disappeared decades ago. About their spirits trapped in endless hunting. About their visitation the previous night and the choice I faced when darkness fell again. That's insane, Robert said when I finished, but his voice lacked conviction. Is it? Brian gestured around us. Look where we are. A hunting blind that appears out of nowhere. Compass that doesn't work. Trails that lead in circles. None of this makes sense. Thomas was staring at me intently. This is why you seem different today. You're considering it, aren't you? Staying behind. I couldn't meet his eyes. What choice do I have? It's 1 life against 4. No. Melissa's voice was steel. We're not leaving anyone behind. There has to be another way. But even as she spoke, daylight was failing. Darkness crept through the grimy windows of the blind, bringing with it the certainty of the hunter's return. What about a counteroffer? Robert suggested suddenly. These spirits are trapped because they broke some code, right? Maybe there's something we can do to release them without a sacrifice. Hope flared briefly, but I shook my head. What could we possibly offer that would equal a life? Atonement, Thomas said quietly. Recognition of wrongdoing. Isn't that what many spirits need to rest? The idea hung in the air between us, fragile but compelling. Outside, the forest had fallen completely silent. No birds, no insects, no wind through leaves. Just waiting darkness. And then they came. The door burst open without anyone touching it. Cold air rushed in, carrying that smell of earth and decay. Shadows deepened in the corners of the room, taking shape, solidifying into the 5 figures from the previous night. My companion shrank back against the far wall, but I stood my ground, facing my grandfather's specter as he stepped forward. Your time is up, grandson, he said, his voice like stone grinding against stone. What is your answer? The others looked to me in horror, finally seeing what I had described. finally understanding the truth of our situation. I took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the knife in my pocket. "I have a counteroffer," I said, my voice steadier than I expected. My grandfather's spectral form tilted its head, those milky eyes narrowing with interest. "Speak." "Atonement," I said. "You violated the forest's code. You hunted not for sustenance but for sport. You took life without respect or necessity." I pulled the knife from my pocket, holding it up between us. "This bloodline ends here. No more Wells will hunt in these woods. Ever." A low murmur passed through the hunting party, like wind through dead leaves. "Words," my grandfather rasped. "Empty promises." "Not words," I replied. "Blood." Before I could reconsider, I drew the blade across my palm, reopening the cut from the previous night. Blood welled dark in the dim light. "I bind myself to this oath," I continued, letting my blood drip onto the wooden floor. "And I acknowledge your wrongdoing. What you did was a violation. The forest had every right to claim you." Thomas stepped forward, startling everyone. "I bear witness to this oath," he said, his voice trembling but determined. One by one, the others joined, forming a circle around me. "We bear witness," they echoed. My grandfather's form flickered, uncertainty crossing his distorted features for the first time. "The hunt must be completed," he insisted, but something had changed in his voice, a wavering, a weakness. "The hunt is over," I countered. "It ended decades ago when the forest claimed you. What remains is just an echo, a memory of violence that serves no purpose." I turned to the wall where the 5 rifles hung. With deliberate movements, I began taking them down one by one, laying them on the table. "You were hunters once. Men with families and hopes." I looked directly at my grandfather. "Before you became monsters. My father grew up without you, Thomas Wells. He lived a broken life because of your arrogance, your disrespect for these woods." Something shifted in those milky eyes, recognition, perhaps even remorse. "I forgive you," I said softly. "Not for your sake, but for mine. For the Wells blood that continues. And I release you from this endless hunt." I picked up each rifle in turn, snapping their ancient stocks across my knee. The sound of breaking wood echoed like gunshots in the small cabin. With each break, one of the spectral hunters flinched as if struck. When I reached my grandfather's rifle, I paused, meeting his gaze one last time. "Go home, grandfather. Your hunt is done." I broke the final rifle. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The 5 figures contorted, their forms stretching and twisting like smoke in a violent wind. Their mouths opened in silent screams as the cabin around us began to shake. "Get down!" I shouted to my companions, dropping to the floor as the walls began to splinter. The cabin disintegrated around us, wood turning to dust, metal to rust, all of it swirling in a maelstrom that centered on the 5 hunting spirits. They were being unmade, their centuries-old rage finally finding release. My grandfather's form was the last to dissolve. As he faded, his eyes cleared momentarily, human again in his final moments. He looked at me with what might have been gratitude, or perhaps just acceptance, before the wind took him too. Then silence. Complete and absolute. We found ourselves lying in a forest clearing under a star-filled sky. No cabin, no haunting blind, just ancient trees and soft moss beneath us. My compass, when I checked it, pointed steadily north. "It's over," Melissa whispered, her voice filled with wonder and lingering fear. "Is it?" Robert asked, helping her to her feet. How do we know? Thomas pointed silently to the east. Through a gap in the trees, the distant glow of artificial light could be seen, civilization, perhaps a mile away. The forest is letting us go, I said, understanding at last. The debt is paid. We made our way out in silence, each lost in private thoughts. By dawn, we had reached the edge of Blackridge Forest, emerging near a rural highway where a surprised early morning driver stopped to help us. The others returned to their lives, forever changed by what they had witnessed. We stay in touch, bound by an experience no one else would believe. Sometimes, in our correspondence, we refer to it simply as the hunt. As for me, I never returned to guiding. Couldn't bring myself to lead others into those woods, even though I know the danger is past. Instead, I took a position with the Forest Service, working to protect the ancient stands of timber from development and, yes, from hunters who see the wild places as nothing but trophies to be claimed. The knife I kept, though it's just an old, rusted blade now. A reminder of blood and oath and forgiveness. Sometimes at night, I still wake to the distant echo of hounds baying, of boots on fallen leaves. But it's just memory now, not visitation. The hunters have found their rest at last. And when visitors to the Forest Service station ask about Blackridge's northern section, about the old stories of hunters who went missing, I smile and tell them it's just local folklore. That the forest is perfectly safe. But I always add, quietly, that all wild places deserve respect. That even the oldest, most familiar woods can hold secrets. That the line between hunter and hunted is thinner than most care to admit. After all, the forest remembers. And so do I. Have you ever heard voices where there should be none? The question lingered in my mind as I stood before the imposing iron gates of Thornwood Manor. The estate agent's casual remark now seemed less like small talk and more like a warning. But I had dismissed it then, just local superstition, I thought. I, Eleanor Blackwell, was now the reluctant owner of this crumbling 19th century estate, a distant relative's bizarre bequest to someone they'd never met. Under normal circumstances, I would have sold it immediately, but the terms of inheritance required me to live here for at least 6 months before any decision could be made. The key turned with difficulty in the rusted lock. As the massive oak door creaked open, a peculiar scent washed over me, like old books and something else I couldn't quite identify. Damp earth? Decay? The smell of time itself? The entrance hall rose 3 stories high, crowned by a dusty chandelier that cast weak, filtered light through its crystalline arms. Portraits of stern-faced ancestors lined the walls, their eyes following my movements with uncanny precision. I'd been warned the electricity was unreliable, which explained the constant flickering of the lights I'd managed to switch on. Just old wiring, I murmured to myself, my voice unnaturally loud in the silence. My footsteps echoed across the marble floor as I explored the ground level, a formal dining room with place settings still arranged as if awaiting dinner guests, a library with thousands of leather-bound volumes, a conservatory filled with desiccated plants. By nightfall, I had unpacked my meager belongings in what appeared to be the master bedroom, a spacious chamber with a 4-poster bed and heavy velvet curtains that smelled of mothballs. The heating system groaned and clanked but provided just enough warmth to keep the autumn chill at bay. It was shortly after midnight when I first heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, 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 pause. I sat up in bed, straining my ears. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the walls. Must be water pipes, I reasoned, though the manor ran on well water, and I hadn't used the plumbing for hours. I tried to ignore it, but the tapping gradually transformed into something else, a faint, melodic humming. A lullaby, perhaps? The melody was haunting yet familiar, like something from childhood that lodges itself in your memory. Sleep evaded me. Every time I closed my eyes, the sounds grew slightly louder, slightly clearer. Just as dawn approached, I could have sworn I heard a child's laughter, distant but distinct. Morning light revealed nothing unusual, no visible explanation for the nocturnal noises. I explored the manor more thoroughly, looking for loose pipes or critters that might be responsible. In the east wing, I discovered a narrow door that opened onto a steep staircase leading to what must have been servants' quarters. The air here was noticeably colder. As I ascended the stairs, I felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a density, as if the air itself had substance. At the top landing, I froze. Written in the dust on an old mirror were two words, "Welcome home." My rational mind insisted it must have been written by the estate agent or perhaps a caretaker. Yet the letters had a childlike quality to them, slightly uneven and looping. I retreated downstairs, attempting to busy myself with practical matters, checking which appliances still worked, making a list of immediate repairs. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. That evening, while preparing a simple dinner, I heard a door slam somewhere in the house. I checked every room, finding all doors firmly shut, yet the distinct echo of the slam continued to reverberate through the manor's cavernous spaces. Night fell again, and with it came the sounds, more insistent now. The tapping transformed into clear knocking, and the humming became whispered words I couldn't quite decipher. Sleep came in fitful bursts, each awakening bringing with it the certainty that someone had just spoken my name. By the third day, exhaustion clouded my judgment. The constant sensation of being watched had me talking to myself, partly for comfort, partly to drown out the other sounds. "There's a logical explanation," I repeated, my voice increasingly brittle. "Old houses make noise. They settle. They creak. But old houses don't whisper your deepest fears back to you in the dead of night. They don't know the lullaby your grandmother used to sing. They don't write messages in dust." That afternoon, while reorganizing bookshelves in the library, I discovered a thin volume wedged behind the other books, a diary dated 1887. The handwriting inside matched that of the dust message. Most entries detailed mundane household activities, but the final entry sent ice through my veins. "They won't let me leave. The walls have ears and mouths, and they know my secrets. Tonight I shall attempt the unthinkable. If you are reading this, beware, they remember everything." The diary ended there. No explanation of who they were or what the unthinkable might have been. I returned the book to its hiding place, telling myself I would research the house's history in the morning. That night, as I drifted toward uneasy sleep, the walls began to speak, not in whispers now, but in clear, resonant voices that layered over one another, creating a cacophony of pleas, accusations, and laments that spanned centuries. And among them, newest and clearest of all, was my own voice, repeating words I had spoken that very day. "There's a logical explanation." I awoke gasping, my nightshirt drenched in sweat despite the room's persistent chill. For a moment, I couldn't recall where I was. The unfamiliar shadows of the four-poster bed loomed above me like gallows. Then reality crashed back. Thornwood Manor. My inheritance. My prison for the next 6 months. The bedside clock read 3:17, that dead hour when night is at its thickest and dawn seems an impossible dream. The voices had subsided, but a new sound had taken their place, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and unmistakably human. They crossed the ceiling above my head, paused, then continued toward the staircase. Logic dictated I was alone in this house. The estate agent had confirmed it, and I had checked every room myself. Yet the footsteps continued their measured pace, now descending the main staircase. I could tell from the particular creak of the seventh step, which I had noticed earlier. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached for my phone, its screen casting a pale blue glow across the bedroom. No signal, of course. The manor was too remote, the walls too thick. I was utterly alone with whatever, or whoever, was walking through my house. Get a grip, Eleanor, I chided myself. It's an old house. The wood contracts and expands. But wood doesn't wear shoes that click precisely on marble floors. Wood doesn't pause outside your bedroom door, as something was doing right now. I held my breath, eyes fixed on the ornate doorknob. It began to turn, slowly, incrementally. Then stopped. A soft sigh emanated from the hallway, not threatening, but profoundly sad. The doorknob returned to its original position, and the footsteps retreated. By morning, I had convinced myself it was a vivid dream brought on by the stress of relocation and the diary's disturbing contents. The bright autumn sunlight streamed through the windows, making the previous night's terrors seem absurd. I decided to venture into town for supplies and perhaps gather some information about the manor's history. Millbrook was a quaint village that seemed frozen in time, with a single main street lined with Victorian storefronts. At the local cafe, the barista's smile faltered when I mentioned Thornwood Manor. "You're staying there?" she asked, her voice dropping to a near whisper. "Living there, actually," I replied. "It was left to me by a relative." Her eyes widened. "The Winters family hasn't owned that place for decades." "I'm not a Winters. My name is Blackwell, Eleanor Blackwell." Recognition flashed across her face. Blackwell, like the girl who vanished? But that was over 100 years ago. A chill ran through me that had nothing to do with the autumn breeze. What girl? The barista, Melissa, according to her name tag, glanced around nervously. "Look, it's just an old story. A distant cousin of the Winters family came to stay with them in the late 1880s. A young woman named Elizabeth Blackwell. The story goes that she started hearing things in the house, voices in the walls," she said. "Everyone thought she'd gone mad. Then one day, she simply disappeared. Some say she ran away. Others, she trailed off. Others what?" I pressed. "Others say the house took her." Melissa laughed awkwardly. "But that's just local nonsense. Old houses collect stories like they collect dust." I left the cafe with more questions than answers and an uncomfortable similarity between my name and that of the vanished girl. At the town's modest historical society, I uncovered little more than basic information about the Winters family and their prominence in the region. Nothing about Elizabeth Blackwell or mysterious disappearances. As I drove back to the manor, the afternoon sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the winding road. The house appeared different somehow, more alive, its windows gleaming like watchful eyes. I hesitated before entering, then chided myself for being fanciful. Inside, evidence of my hasty morning departure remained, a half-empty coffee cup on the kitchen counter, my laptop open on the desk. But something else had changed. On the mirror in the entrance hall, written in the same childlike script as before, were the words, "You look like her." My blood froze. I hadn't touched that mirror. The house had been locked. I was certain of it. I spent the remainder of daylight hours searching for hidden entrances, loose floorboards, anything that might explain how someone could enter undetected. I found nothing except more oddities, a music box on my dresser that I didn't remember unpacking, playing the same lullaby I'd heard in the walls, a portrait in the library that seemed to have shifted position, cold spots that moved throughout the house like invisible presences. That night, I barricaded my bedroom door with a heavy armoire and kept the lights on, determined to stay awake. I reviewed the diary I'd found, paying closer attention to the mundane entries that preceded the ominous final warning. The writer, presumably Elizabeth, described daily life at Thornwood with increasing unease. She mentioned watchers in the walls and conversations that took place after midnight. One entry described finding her possessions rearranged each morning despite locking her door each night. My eyelids grew heavy despite my determination to remain alert. Just as I began to drift off, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath emerged in visible puffs of condensation. The lights flickered once, twice, then died, plunging the room into darkness. In that perfect blackness, I heard it breathing. Not my own rapid, frightened gasps, but something deeper, steadier. Something waiting. "Who's there?" My voice sounded thin and reedy in the darkness. The breathing paused. Then, impossibly, a voice responded, not from any particular direction, but from everywhere at once. "We remember you, Eleanor." Ice shot through my veins. "I've never been here before, but we have always been waiting. Time moves differently within these walls. What do you want?" I demanded, surprising myself with my boldness. Instead of answering, the voice, or rather, voices, for I now realized it was a chorus of overlapping murmurs, began reciting dates and names like entries in a ledger. Among them, I heard Elizabeth Blackwell, 1887, and, most disturbingly, Eleanor Blackwell, 2025. The armoire I had pushed against the door began to slide across the floor of its own accord, its wooden legs scraping against the hardwood. The door opened slowly, revealing not the hallway I expected, but a swirling darkness punctuated by pairs of gleaming eyes. I scrambled backward until I hit the headboard, clutching the diary to my chest like a shield. The darkness remained at the threshold, neither advancing nor retreating. "Your blood remembers," the voices intoned. "The walls remember. We are waiting for you to remember too." Dawn found me huddled in the corner of my room, the diary open on my lap. The door stood ajar, but beyond it was only the familiar hallway. The house was silent again, sunlight streaming through the windows as if nothing had happened. But something had changed within me. A certainty was growing, not that I was losing my mind, but that there was a connection between Elizabeth and myself that transcended ordinary explanation. The house had been waiting for me, just as it had waited for her. In the diary's binding, I discovered a loose thread. Pulling it revealed a hidden compartment containing a faded photograph of a young woman standing before Thornwood Manor. She wore 19th century attire, but her face, identical to my own in every detail, stared back at me across the chasm of time. On the back was written, "Elizabeth Blackwell, 1887. May she find peace in the next life." The next life. My life. That was when I understood the true meaning of inheritance. The photograph trembled in my hands as I stared at Elizabeth's face, my face. It wasn't merely similarity or family resemblance, it was perfect duplication, down to the small scar above my right eyebrow from a childhood fall. But how could this be possible? Reincarnation? Some bizarre genetic throwback? Or something far more sinister that the rational mind refuses to contemplate? I needed answers, and the house seemed determined to provide them on its own unsettling terms. That day, I didn't leave the manor. Something fundamental had shifted, both in the atmosphere around me and within my own perception. The house no longer felt like a strange, inherited burden, but like a puzzle box designed specifically for me to unlock. Every creak, every draft, every shadow potentially contained a message. In the library, books would fall from shelves as I passed, always opening to passages about liminality, thresholds, and the thinning barriers between worlds. The grandfather clock in the hall began keeping erratic time, sometimes moving backward, sometimes racing ahead. What happened to Elizabeth? I asked aloud, standing in the center of the entrance hall where my voice would carry throughout the house. What happened to me? No answer came immediately, but as I wandered into the west wing, a part of the house I had previously avoided due to its advanced state of disrepair, I discovered a door that seemed newer than its surroundings. It opened onto a narrow staircase leading down into darkness. The cellar. Of course, every old house had one, but something about this particular entrance felt wrong, as if it had been concealed and then deliberately revealed, just for me. My phone's flashlight cut a weak swath through the darkness as I descended. The temperature dropped with each step until my breath clouded before me. At the bottom, the beam illuminated a surprisingly vast space carved directly into the bedrock beneath the house. The walls weren't the expected rough stone, but had been carefully smoothed and covered with intricate carvings, symbols, names, dates spanning centuries. And there, in the center of it all, was my name, Eleanor Blackwell, carved next to Elizabeth's, connected by an elaborate symbol that resembled an infinity sign laid on its side. "The cycle continues," said a voice behind me. I whirled around. A figure stood on the stairs, a woman in 19th century dress, her features identical to my own but with an otherworldly translucence. Elizabeth Blackwell, or her ghost, regarded me with eyes that held centuries of sorrow. "You're not real," I whispered, though I no longer believed it. "I am as real as memory," she replied. "As real as echo. As real as you. What is this place?" My voice shook despite my efforts to remain calm. "They called it the Whisper Room. It's where they conducted their rituals, the original Winters family and their descendants. They found something in this land, Eleanor. Something old. Something hungry. What happened to you?" I asked, though a part of me already knew, as if accessing memories that didn't belong to me. Elizabeth's form flickered like a candle flame. "I discovered what you're discovering now. The Winters family didn't bring me here by chance. They needed someone of our bloodline, Blackwell blood, to complete their ritual. A vessel." Cold understanding washed over me. "And now I'm here." "History echoes," she said. "The walls remember. And so do I." Her figure began to dissolve around the edges. "Find my journal, the real one, not the decoy you discovered. It's hidden in the place where time stands still." Before I could ask what she meant, her apparition dispersed like mist, leaving me alone in the carved chamber with my racing thoughts and pounding heart. I fled back upstairs, my mind working furiously. The place where time stands still. What could that mean? The library, with its preserved knowledge? The portrait gallery, with its captured moments? No, it had to be the clock tower. The manor's east wing culminated in a slender tower housing an ancient clock mechanism that had stopped working decades ago, according to the estate agent. Time literally standing still. The tower entrance was locked with an ornate iron key that I hadn't seen before. Yet when I returned to my bedroom, it lay waiting on my pillow, gleaming as if freshly polished. The clock tower was thick with dust and cobwebs, suggesting no one had entered in years, yet my footprints weren't the first to disturb the dust. Another set, smaller, like a child's, led up the spiral staircase to the mechanism room. The massive clock gears were frozen in place, verdigris coating the brass surfaces. The hands on the exterior face were stopped at exactly midnight. Carved into the wooden housing were the now familiar symbols from the cellar room. I searched methodically, tapping walls for hollow spaces, examining floorboards for signs of tampering. Finally, behind the main gear assembly, I discovered a small compartment sealed with wax. Inside lay a slim, leather-bound volume, Elizabeth's True Journal. The first entry was dated March 15, 1887. I arrive at Thornwood tomorrow. Cousin James was most insistent I come, claiming a matter of family heritage that only I can resolve. I confess I am curious about this ancestral connection he alludes to. Mother never spoke of her Winter's relations except in tones of fear and revulsion. What secret could warrant such emotion? Tomorrow I shall know. Subsequent entries documented Elizabeth's growing suspicion about the Winters family's intentions. She described strange gatherings in the cellar, chanting in languages she didn't recognize, and increasingly vivid dreams of being watched by entities that lived within the manor's walls. The final entry, dated May 2, 1887, sent shivers down my spine. I now understand everything. The ritual requires a sacrifice, a willing vessel from the Blackwell line. They believe our blood contains traces of something they call the Ancient One. Tonight they will attempt the transfer. If you are reading this, then I have failed to escape. Know that they will try again. They are patient. They have all the time in the world. The house itself is their instrument. It calls to us. It shapes itself to our fears. It weakens our resolve until surrender seems the only peace. Look for the symbol of the broken wheel. It is the key to undoing what they have wrought. Remember, the echo remains long after the original voice has fallen silent. The journal ended there, leaving me with more questions than answers. What was the transfer? Who or what was the Ancient One? And what did Elizabeth mean by the broken wheel? As I pondered these questions, a cold breeze swept through the tower room, carrying with it the distinct sound of chanting from somewhere far below. The house was awakening, stirring with anticipation. Night was approaching, and with it would come the voices in the walls, stronger than ever. But now I understood I wasn't losing my mind. I was being prepared, just as Elizabeth had been. For what purpose, I still didn't fully comprehend, but one thing was clear: Thornwood Manor hadn't been bequeathed to me by chance. I had been delivered to it, precisely as planned, a century in the making. As I descended from the clock tower, the manor's interior had subtly transformed. Corridors stretched longer than physically possible. Doors opened onto rooms that shouldn't exist. The portraits in the gallery now all bore my face, or Elizabeth's, at different ages, in different historical periods. The whispers began earlier than usual, rising from the walls like steam. Almost time, she understands now. The vessel is preparing, the cycle nears completion. I retreated to my bedroom, barricading the door once more, though I knew now it would provide no real protection. Whatever dwelled in Thornwood Manor wasn't constrained by physical barriers. It was the house itself, or something that had become one with it over centuries. As darkness fell completely, the temperature plummeted. Frost patterns formed on the windows, not random crystalline structures, but deliberate shapes, the symbols from the cellar walls, from the clock housing, from throughout the house. Among them, repeated over and over, was a wheel with a jagged break in its circumference. The broken wheel. Elizabeth's key to undoing their work. But what did it mean? And how could I use it to break the cycle that had claimed Elizabeth and now threatened to claim me? The whispers crescendoed, transforming into distinct voices that called my name with increasing urgency. The door I had barricaded began to shudder against its frame, pushed by forces unseen. I was running out of time. The barricaded door exploded inward with such force that splinters of wood embedded themselves in the opposite wall. The heavy armoire I pushed against it toppled forward, missing me by inches as I scrambled backward across the bed. Where the doorway had been now stood a swirling mass of darkness, punctuated by points of light like distant stars. Within it, shapes moved, humanoid but wrong, proportions distorted as if viewed through warped glass. The temperature dropped so severely that the glass of water on my nightstand froze solid. Eleanor. Elizabeth. Eleanor. Elizabeth. The voices chanted in perfect unison, the two names blending until they became a single invitation. The time has come to complete what was begun. I clutched Elizabeth's journal to my chest as if it might shield me from what was coming. My mind raced, searching for meaning in her final warning about the broken wheel. The symbol had appeared throughout the house, in the cellar carvings, in the frost patterns, even in certain architectural details I previously overlooked. The darkness began to coalesce into a more defined shape, a tall, emaciated figure in antiquated formal wear. His face was aristocratic but gaunt to the point of skeletal, skin stretched tightly over prominent bones. When he spoke, his mouth didn't move. Instead, his voice emanated from the darkness surrounding him. "I am James Winters," he announced. "Your many times great uncle and master of this house." "You're dead," I stated flatly, surprising myself with my calm. "You've been dead for over a century." A sound like grinding stones emerged from the figure, laughter, I realized with horror. "Death is merely a threshold, Eleanor, and thresholds can be traversed in both directions with the proper incentive." The temperature continued to drop. My extremities had begun to lose sensation, and each breath was painful in my lungs. "What do you want from me?" "The same thing we wanted from Elizabeth. The same thing we have wanted from every Blackwell descendant for 300 years. Your bloodline carries a trace of the Ancient One, a being that existed before time, before light, before form. When it touched this world, it left an echo of itself in the blood of those who encountered it." He gestured around at the house. "We built Thornwood as a vessel, a physical anchor for that which has no physical form. But it requires another kind of vessel to complete the connection, human but not entirely human. That's where you come in." My mind struggled to comprehend what he was saying. "You want to, what? Possess me?" Possession implies replacement. This is transformation. Elevation. The Ancient One will not take your body, it will remake it into something glorious. Elizabeth refused, I said, suddenly certain. That's what happened to her. James Winters' form flickered like a faulty transmission. She tried to escape. She failed. The implications hit me like a physical blow. You killed her. We completed what portions of the ritual we could. It was imperfect. Her resistance created complications. The Ancient One could only partially manifest, caught between worlds. It has waited since then, growing stronger, waiting for another vessel of the bloodline. As he spoke, the darkness behind him shifted, revealing glimpses of something vast and utterly alien, geometries that hurt the mind to perceive, textures that seemed to exist in more dimensions than our reality allowed. And if I refuse? My voice was barely a whisper now. Look around you, Eleanor. Feel the cold. Hear the voices. The process has already begun. Your arrival activated dormant energies within these walls. The Ancient One stirs from its long slumber, To my horror, I realized he was right. The chill that pervaded the room had begun to feel less external and more like it emanated from within my own body. The whispers that had haunted me for days now seemed to originate from my own thoughts. No! I pushed back mentally against the intrusion, focusing on Elizabeth's warning. The broken wheel. It had to be significant. James Winters approached, his form becoming more solid with each step. Behind him, the alien presence pulsed with anticipation. Join us willingly, and the transition will be painless. Fight, as Elizabeth did, and suffer the consequences. As he reached for me, a memory surfaced, not my own, but Elizabeth's, somehow accessible across the chasm of time. The clock tower. The massive gears. The face frozen at midnight. The broken wheel wasn't just a symbol, it was literal. The clock mechanism. Time, I whispered. You've been manipulating time in this house. James paused, uncertainty flickering across his skeletal features. I continued, the realization building. That's how you've preserved yourself, how you've waited for another Blackwell. You've created a temporal loop centered on this house, a pocket of altered time. Clever girl, he hissed. But understanding won't save you. His hands were inches from my face now, emanating a cold so intense it burned. Behind him, the alien presence surged forward eagerly. In that moment of desperation, I did the only thing I could think of. I recalled Elizabeth's final words in her journal. The echo remains long after the original voice has fallen silent. Elizabeth. I screamed. Help me. The house shuddered as if struck by an earthquake. The lights flickered wildly, and a high-pitched keening filled the air. James Winters' form destabilized, rippling like a reflection in disturbed water. Impossible, he rasped. She is gone. Consumed. No, said a familiar voice, my voice, yet not. Elizabeth's translucent form materialized beside me, her expression fierce with determination. Not consumed. Transformed. But not as you intended. She turned to me, our identical faces mere inches apart. The clock, Eleanor. Break the cycle. I can hold them back, but not for long. Understanding coursed through me. I needed to reach the clock tower to destroy the mechanism that maintained this unnatural temporal bubble. Without it, whatever magic or science the Winters family had employed would collapse. James Winters lunged for me, but his hands passed through my body as Elizabeth interposed herself between us. Around him, the darkness writhed in frustration. Stop her, he commanded, and the house itself responded. Floorboards buckled beneath my feet. Doorways constricted as I approached them. The very architecture conspired to trap me. But I knew the house now, knew its secrets, its hidden passages. I raced through corridors that bent at impossible angles, up staircases that seemed to extend indefinitely. Behind me, the darkness pursued, tendrils of void reaching for my heels. When I finally reached the clock tower, I found it transformed. The mechanism had awakened, gears turning backward at impossible speeds. The face no longer showed midnight but cycled rapidly through all hours, days, years, time itself unraveling. At the center of it all pulsed a dark crystal, absorbing what little light remained. The heart of the enchantment, the broken wheel that needed breaking. The tower door splintered inward as James Winters and his entourage of shadows burst through. His form had deteriorated further, patches of him fading in and out of visibility. You don't understand what you're doing, he pleaded, his earlier menace replaced by desperation. The Ancient One has waited millennia for this moment. It will not be denied. It already has been, I replied, grasping the heaviest tool I could find, an iron wrench used for maintaining the clock mechanism. By Elizabeth. And now by me. With all my strength, I brought the wrench down on the crystal. It resisted momentarily, then fractured with a sound like 1,000 voices screaming in unison. Light erupted from the breaking point, blinding in its intensity. James Winters lunged for me one final time, but his form dissolved mid-motion, swept away by the temporal backlash. The darkness behind him contracted violently, pulling back into whatever dimension it had emerged from. The entire manor shuddered, stonework cracking, timbers groaning. Time, so long constrained within these walls, reasserted itself with vengeance. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by vertigo as reality recalibrated around me. Through the maelstrom, I glimpsed Elizabeth one last time, her expression peaceful now, redemptive. "Thank you," she whispered, her form already fading. "The echo ends here." Then darkness claimed me, not the sentient darkness of before, but the simple absence of consciousness as my mind sought refuge from the impossible. I awoke to sunlight and birdsong, ordinary, beautiful sunlight untainted by supernatural dread. I lay on the clock tower floor amid debris from the collapsed mechanism. The crystal was gone, leaving only dust in its place. Thornwood Manor felt different, just a house now, old and somewhat decrepit, but no longer malevolent. The whispers had ceased. The walls were silent. As I made my way back to my bedroom, I noticed subtle changes throughout the house. The portraits in the gallery showed the actual Winters family now, not my face repeated across generations. The impossible geometries had resolved themselves into normal architectural features. In my room, I found Elizabeth's journal open on the bed, its pages rapidly aging before my eyes, decades of deterioration occurring in minutes as time caught up with itself. Before it crumbled to dust, I glimpsed a final entry that hadn't been there before, written in handwriting identical to my own. "The cycle is broken. The vessel has been shattered. We are free." The days that followed were surreal in their normalcy. Sunshine streamed through windows that had previously emitted only a sickly, filtered light. Birds nested in the eaves, their cheerful songs replacing the ominous whispers that had haunted the halls. Even the air smelled different, fresh and clean, without the lingering scent of decay. Thornwood Manor was just a house now, old and in need of repair, certainly, but stripped of its malevolence. I found myself wandering its corridors with a strange sense of loss. Not for the terror or the supernatural dread, but for Elizabeth. Her presence had vanished completely, as had all tangible evidence of her existence. The diary had disintegrated into dust. The photograph had faded to blank paper. Even the carvings in the cellar had eroded to mere scratches in the stone. It was as if time, so long held in abeyance, had rushed in to reclaim what was owed. I should have felt relieved. I had survived an encounter with something ancient and incomprehensible. I had thwarted a century-old plot. I had freed both Elizabeth and myself from a cycle of horror. But questions lingered, expanding to fill the silence that had replaced the whispers. Had it all been real? Or had isolation and the burden of inheritance triggered some psychotic break? Without evidence, the events of those nights seemed increasingly improbable. Perhaps I had imagined it all, a vivid hallucination born of stress and an overactive imagination. This uncertainty followed me like a shadow as I resumed the mundane tasks of inhabiting the manor. I contacted contractors about necessary repairs. I sorted through generations of accumulated possessions. I began to think about what I would do when my mandatory 6-month residence concluded. The villagers of Millbrook treated me with cautious curiosity. Word had spread about the new occupant of Thornwood Manor, and my visits to town attracted sidelong glances and hushed conversations. Melissa, the barista who had told me about Elizabeth's disappearance, seemed particularly wary, her smile never quite reaching her eyes when I entered the cafe. "You look different," she commented one morning as I waited for my coffee. "Something about your eyes." "Just getting more sleep," I replied with forced casualness. "The house is settling down." Her expression darkened momentarily. "That place never settles, not really. My grandmother used to clean there when the last winters was alive. She said even on the quietest days, you could feel it watching." I wanted to tell her she was wrong, that I had broken whatever spell had held Thornwood in its grip for generations. Instead, I simply nodded and took my coffee, unwilling to delve into explanations that would sound like madness. 3 weeks after the incident in the clock tower, I discovered a small, leather-bound book wedged behind a loose baseboard in what had once been the servants' quarters. Unlike Elizabeth's journal, this one hadn't deteriorated. Its pages contained meticulous notes written in a cramped, scholarly hand, research compiled by one Victor Winters in the early 1800s. The contents sent ice through my veins despite the warm spring afternoon. Victor had documented his family's obsession with what he called the Entity, a being they believed predated human civilization and possessed knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. According to Victor's research, the Entity had been partially summoned by his ancestors in 1743 but required a specific vessel to fully manifest in our world. That vessel needed to possess a rare genetic marker found only in the Blackwood bloodline, a family that had intermarried with the Winters generations ago before a bitter schism separated them. Victor's notes explained the modifications made to Thornwood Manor, architectural features designed to create a temporal anomaly that would preserve the Entity's partial manifestation until a suitable Blackwood vessel could be procured. The clock mechanism had been the linchpin of this design, regulating the flow of time within the manor's walls. But most disturbing were his observations about the nature of the bonding process. The vessel does not merely host the Entity but becomes it, a gradual transformation of cellular structure that begins at the moment of first contact and continues long after the ritual's completion. The process is irreversible and, from our limited observations, continues even if the ritual is interrupted. My hands trembled as I read these words. First contact. I had been in the house for nearly a month before destroying the clock. How much contact had occurred in that time? That night, I examined myself meticulously in the bathroom mirror. My face appeared unchanged, the same features I had always known, still identical to Elizabeth's in the now vanished photograph. But when I leaned closer, I noticed something alarming in my irises, almost imperceptible dark flecks that seemed to move independently of my movements, like tiny swimmers in a dark pool. Sleep eluded me. Every creak of the old house set my heart racing, though the malevolent whispers remained absent. Instead, the silence itself took on a watchful quality, not threatening, but patient. Waiting. In the morning, I contacted a doctor in Millbrook, inventing a story about strange vision symptoms. The examination revealed nothing abnormal, and I was sent home with eye drops for mild irritation and a recommendation to reduce screen time. The doctor's instruments had detected nothing unusual, but I knew what I had seen. Over the next few weeks, subtle changes accumulated. Foods I had once enjoyed now tasted wrong, too simple, lacking complexity. I found myself drawn to unusual combinations of flavors and textures that would have repulsed me before. My sleep patterns shifted dramatically. I required only 2 or 3 hours per night, yet felt more energized than ever. And there were the dreams, if dreams was even the right word for experiences that felt more like visitations to places that shouldn't exist. vast, impossible architectures suspended in starless voids. Oceans of liquid that wasn't water, beneath skies that weren't air. And always, in the distance, entities that moved in ways that hurt to witness. I began to understand that destroying the clock hadn't banished the entity, it had merely disrupted the Winters family's control over it. The partial bond Victor had described was still developing, slowly transforming me in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. One night, standing before the mirror, I whispered, "Elizabeth? Are you still here?" No response came, but my reflection smiled back at me, a smile I wasn't making. Just for an instant, before synchronizing with my horrified expression. The next day, I drove to the county records office and requested all available information on the Blackwell family. The clerk returned with a thin folder containing census records, property deeds, and fragmentary genealogical information. According to these documents, the Blackwell line had indeed intermarried with the Winters family in the early 18th century. Elizabeth Blackwell had been the last known descendant until her disappearance in 1887. After that, the bloodline was presumed extinct. But that couldn't be right. I was here. I existed. Unless I didn't, not in the way I believed. The thought struck with such force that I gasped aloud, drawing concerned glances from nearby researchers. What if my memories of a life before Thornwood were fabrications? What if I wasn't Eleanor Blackwell inheriting a distant relative's property, but something else entirely? I left the records office and drove aimlessly for hours, trying to make sense of possibilities too terrible to fully contemplate. My memories felt real: childhood in Connecticut, college in Boston, my apartment in New York, the strange letter announcing my inheritance. I remembered details, emotions, relationships. But memory could be manipulated. Identity could be constructed. When I finally returned to Thornwood Manor, the setting sun cast long shadows across its facade. For the first time since destroying the clock mechanism, I felt fear as I approached the entrance. Not of ghostly whispers or supernatural phenomena, but of what might be waiting within, what might be waiting within me. The house was silent as I entered, ordinary in the fading light. I moved through the rooms methodically, searching for anything that might contradict or confirm my suspicions. In the study, I found a stack of legal documents relating to my inheritance, all seemingly legitimate, with proper signatures and notary seals. But when I called the law firm listed on the letterhead, the receptionist informed me that they had no record of any Blackwell estate or Thornwood Manor. The notary whose stamp appeared on the documents had died 5 years earlier. My hands shook as I replaced the receiver. The elaborate fiction of my life was unraveling thread by thread. In the library, I discovered a hidden panel behind one of the bookshelves, not through supernatural means, but simple accident as I leaned against it. The compartment contained a single item, a small wooden box with the now familiar broken Will symbol carved into its lid. Inside lay an antique silver locket. When I opened it, I found a tiny daguerreotype of Elizabeth Blackwell, my face, and a lock of dark hair secured with thread. Genetic material. A template. The final piece clicked into place with terrible clarity. I wasn't Elizabeth's descendant or reincarnation. I was her reconstruction, a vessel created by the house itself after the Winters family died out, designed specifically to host the entity they had partially summoned centuries ago. My entire existence, my memories, my personality, my sense of self, was an elaborate facade constructed to lure me to Thornwood, to create a sense of connection and inheritance that would keep me within its walls long enough for the transformation to take hold. By destroying the clock, I had freed the entity from the Winters family's control, but I had also accelerated my own metamorphosis. The timeless trap I thought I dismantled had merely changed form. That night, as I sat alone in the darkened library surrounded by books describing worlds and histories I had never truly been part of, I felt the last vestiges of what I had thought was Eleanor Blackwell beginning to fade, not painfully, but with a strange sense of inevitability, like watching tide waters erase footprints on sand. In their place rose something older, vaster, memories of existence before time had meaning, of knowledge beyond human comprehension. The entity was no invader, it was my original state. Eleanor had been the temporary illusion. As dawn approached, I stepped onto the manor's grounds and gazed at the lightning sky, perhaps the last sunrise I would experience through human eyes. Soon, I would perceive spectrums beyond color, dimensions beyond space. The transformation was accelerating now, approaching its culmination. I should have been terrified. Instead, I felt a profound calm, the calm of inevitable return. The villagers would notice my absence eventually. Someone would come to investigate. They would find Thornwood Manor empty, its sole occupant vanished without explanation, just as Elizabeth had vanished over a century before. Perhaps, generations hence, another distant relative would receive notification of an unexpected inheritance. The house would be waiting, patient as always. The cycle would begin anew, with variations but the same essential pattern. Not an endless repetition, but a spiral moving towards some unknowable conclusion. As the first rays of sunlight struck Thornwood's weathered facade, I placed my hands against the cool stone, feeling the structure respond to my touch like a living thing. It had served its purpose, a chrysalis for my transformation. The walls didn't whisper anymore. They didn't need to. I had become the echo. What is it about the sound of a bell that seems to reach beyond our world into another? I never should have taken the job at St. Augustine's. The old church sat perched on the edge of Blackwater Ridge, overlooking the town like a watchful sentinel. Its weathered stone facade and single bell tower had stood for over 200 years, bearing witness to the sins and secrets of generations. Most locals avoided the place. They said the ground beneath it was unhallowed, despite the crosses that adorned its ancient walls. But I needed the money, and the caretaker position seemed straightforward enough. Clean the pews, trim the graveyard hedges, basic maintenance. Nothing in Father Mitchell's description mentioned the bell, the massive bronze monstrosity that hung in the tower, its surface etched with symbols I couldn't decipher. It hasn't rung in decades, Father Mitchell had assured me during my interview, his aged fingers nervously adjusting his clerical collar. The mechanism rusted through sometime in the 50s. Nobody's bothered to fix it. That first week passed uneventfully. I settled into a routine, finding comfort in the mundane tasks that filled my days. The church remained silent except for the occasional creak of ancient wood and the whisper of draft through stained glass windows. During daylight hours, I almost enjoyed the solitude. Nights were different. Alone in the caretaker's cottage adjacent to the churchyard, I'd wake to strange sounds, scratching at my window, footsteps in the hall when I knew I was alone. I blamed it on wind, on the settling of old buildings, on my imagination working overtime in new surroundings. Until Thursday night. I jolted awake at 3:14 in the morning. Not to scratching or footsteps, but to the deep, resonant toll of a bell. Bong. The sound vibrated through my chest, impossibly loud. I sat upright, heart racing, wondering if I dreamed it. Bong. No. That was real. I scrambled for my phone, checking the time. 3:15 now. Who would be ringing the church bell at this hour? More importantly, how were they ringing it? The mechanism was broken, the rope long since rotted away. Bong. 3 tolls. Like a funeral knell. I pulled on my boots and coat over my pajamas and grabbed my flashlight. The October air bit at my exposed skin as I stepped outside, casting my light toward the church. The bell tower loomed black against the night sky. Silent now. Had someone broken in? Teenagers playing a prank, perhaps? I needed to check. It was my job, after all. Yet something inside me screamed to go back inside, to lock the door and wait for daylight. I ignored that voice. The gravel path crunched beneath my feet as I approached the church. Moonlight filtered through scattered clouds, casting shifting shadows across tombstones. Had that angel statue always been facing that direction? I could have sworn it looked toward the gate yesterday. The massive oak door creaked as I pushed it open. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating floating dust motes and the empty nave beyond. "Hello?" My voice echoed. "Is anyone here?" Silence answered. The door to the bell tower was at the back of the church, past the altar. I walked down the center aisle, my footsteps echoing against stone. The air felt heavier inside, colder than outside despite the shelter from wind. Something tickled the back of my neck, a spider web, I told myself, brushing it away. Not ghostly fingers. Not a warning. The door to the bell tower stood slightly ajar. I hesitated, my hand trembling as I raised the flashlight. The beam revealed the first few steps of a narrow spiral staircase winding upward into darkness. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "The church is closed. You need to leave." Was that a whisper in response? A soft murmur of voices from above? Or just the wind finding its way through cracks in the ancient stonework? I placed my foot on the first step. The wood groaned beneath my weight. Another step. Another. With each turn of the spiral, the air grew colder, my breath forming visible clouds in the beam of my flashlight. Halfway up, I heard it, a rhythmic scraping sound from above. Metal against metal, slow and deliberate. I froze, listening. The sound stopped, replaced by something else. Something like breathing, ragged and wet. My rational mind offered explanations. An animal trapped in the tower, wind through a broken window, pipes expanding and contracting. But deep down, I knew better. There was something waiting for me up there. Something that had called me with 3 tolls of a bell that shouldn't ring. I almost turned back. Should have turned back. But curiosity or foolishness drove me forward, up the final curve of the staircase until I reached the bell chamber. The massive bronze bell hung in the center, illuminated by moonlight streaming through arched windows. It was still, motionless. And beneath it stood a figure. My flashlight flickered, then died, leaving me with only the pale moonlight. The figure remained motionless, back turned to me, dressed in what looked like old-fashioned clergy robes. Not Father Mitchell, this person was taller, broader. "Excuse me," I managed, my voice barely above a whisper. "The church is closed." The figure began to turn, moving with unnatural slowness. I caught a glimpse of pale, bloodless hands, fingers unnaturally long. A smell hit me, mildew and wet earth and something metallic, like old pennies. My flashlight suddenly came back to life, being pointed directly at where the figure had stood. There was no one there. But the bell began to swing, slowly at first, then building momentum. Bong. The sound hit me like a physical force. I stumbled back against the wall. Bong. My flashlight revealed symbols carved into the bell's surface, glowing with a faint blue light. Bong. 3 tolls. Like before. The bell slowed, then stopped, leaving an unnatural silence in its wake. Something dripped onto my shoulder. Warm. I raised my flashlight. Words glistened on the ceiling above, written in what could only be blood. They are coming back. I ran. Down the spiral stairs, through the church, across the graveyard. I didn't stop until I was locked inside the caretaker's cottage, furniture pushed against the door, curtains drawn. I told myself I would leave in the morning, pack my things and never return. But as dawn broke and pale light filtered through my windows, Father Mitchell arrived with troubling news. "There's been an accident," he said, his face ashen. "Thomas Gardner fell from the quarry cliff last night. They found his body this morning." Thomas Gardner. The name meant nothing to me. "He was the bell ringer here," Father Mitchell continued, 50 years ago, before the mechanism broke. The last one we ever had." My blood ran cold. "When exactly did he die?" Father Mitchell checked his watch. "They estimate around 3:15 this morning. Outside, in the distance, I could swear I heard the faint toll of a bell." Can the dead speak to us through objects they once touched, or are we simply hearing echoes of our own fears? Sleep eluded me after learning about Thomas Gardner's death. The coincidence was too perfect, the bell tolling at the exact moment of his passing. By morning, I'd convinced myself there had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps the old mechanism wasn't as broken as Father Mitchell believed. Perhaps wind had somehow moved the bell. Perhaps I'd been sleepwalking, dreaming the entire episode. But I couldn't explain away the words on the ceiling. When I returned to the bell tower that afternoon, flashlight in hand and heart in throat, the blood was gone. Not cleaned away, there wasn't even a stain. It was as if the words had never existed. I needed to know more about Thomas Gardner and the bell. The church records were kept in a small room off the vestry, decades of parish history stacked in leather-bound volumes and manila folders. Father Mitchell gave me permission to look through them, though his expression suggested he thought I was wasting my time. "Bell's just an old bell," he said with a shrug that didn't quite convince either of us. "Cast in 1796. Nothing special about it." The archive room smelled of dust and old paper. Afternoon sunlight filtered through a narrow window, illuminating dancing dust motes and golden shafts. I began with the most recent records, working backward through the years of St. Augustine's history. The work was tedious but absorbing enough that I almost forgot my fear. Until I heard humming. It was faint at first, a woman's voice, melodic and sweet, coming from somewhere behind the shelves. I froze, listening. The tune was familiar yet strange, like a folk song I'd heard once and mostly forgotten. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" The humming stopped abruptly. Silence pressed against my ears. "Father Mitchell?" I tried again. Nothing. I stood, moving cautiously around the edge of the shelves. The small room was empty save for me and the dust-covered records. As I turned to go back to my research, my elbow knocked a box from the shelf. It fell with a thud, its contents spilling across the floor, photographs, yellowed with age. I knelt to gather them, glancing at images of church gatherings from decades past. My hand stopped on one photograph, a group posed in front of the church, dated April 5th, 1973. In the center stood a tall man in simple clerical clothes, his hand resting on the shoulder of a young woman. The caption identified him as Thomas Gardner, bell ringer, and her as Elizabeth Morgan, choir director. My breath caught. Something about the woman's face, her eyes seemed to look directly at me across the decades, knowingly. And Thomas Gardner. I recognized him. The figure from the bell tower. My hands trembled as I set the photograph aside. Beneath it was a newspaper clipping, "Local woman missing, foul play suspected." The article was dated November 12, 1973. Elizabeth Morgan had disappeared after choir practice. The last person to see her alive, Thomas Gardner. I dug deeper, finding more articles. The investigation had focused on Gardner, but without evidence, charges were never filed. 6 months after Elizabeth's disappearance, Gardner resigned his position at the church. The following year, the bell mechanism mysteriously broke. Until last night, the anniversary of Elizabeth's disappearance. 51 years to the day. Lost in these thoughts, I didn't notice the room growing darker until the temperature suddenly dropped. My breath fogged in front of me. The humming returned, closer now, as if someone stood just behind me. I spun around. Nothing. The humming transformed into words, barely audible. "He knows what you found." The door to the archive room slammed shut. I lunged for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic rose in my throat as I rattled the doorknob uselessly. "Help!" I shouted. "Father Mitchell! Anyone!" The overhead light flickered, then went out, plunging the room into near darkness. Only the fading evening light from the small window illuminated the space now. Shadows lengthened across the floor, seeming to reach toward me with grasping fingers. Something brushed against the back of my neck, soft, like a woman's hand. I whirled around, heart pounding. "Who's there?" My voice cracked. In the corner of the room, a shadow darker than the others seemed to coalesce into a human shape. I couldn't make out features, just an impression of a slender woman, head tilted as if considering me. "Elizabeth?" I whispered. The shadow moved closer. The temperature dropped further. Frost crystals began forming on the window glass. "The bell knows," came a whisper that seemed to originate inside my own head. "It witnessed everything." "What do you mean?" I asked, backing away until I hit the door. "What happened to you?" The shadow stopped advancing but extended what looked like an arm, pointing toward the spilled photographs on the floor. One in particular seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, not the group photo, but another I hadn't examined closely. I reluctantly bent to pick it up. It showed the bell itself, newly installed according to the caption from 1796. The symbols etched into its bronze surface were clearly visible in the black and white image. Not decorative patterns as I'd assumed, but words in Latin. As I stared at the photograph, the whispers returned, "Veritatem campanam clamet." The bell proclaims the truth. The shadow began to dissipate, spreading across the ceiling like smoke. "Wait," I called. "What happened to you? What is the bell trying to tell me?" But the presence was fading, the room gradually warming. Just before it disappeared completely, one final whisper, "Dig." The light flickered back on. The door handle turned easily in my grip now. I stumbled out into the corridor, the photograph clutched in my trembling hand. Father Mitchell stood there, looking concerned. "Everything all right?" Thought I heard shouting. I stared at him, uncertain how much to reveal. Just startled myself. Thought I saw a spider. The light came easily, though I wasn't sure why I felt compelled to hide what had happened. "Find anything interesting in there?" he asked, eyeing the photograph in my hand. "Not really," I said, slipping it into my pocket. "Just familiarizing myself with the church's history." He nodded, but something in his expression struck me as odd, a calculation, an assessment. "Thomas Gardner," I said suddenly. "You knew him?" Father Mitchell's expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his eyes. "Before my time, really. I arrived in 1980, but old-timers talked about him. Good bell ringer, they said. And Elizabeth Morgan? The choir director who went missing." His smile tightened imperceptibly. "Tragic business, that. Some thought they were involved romantically, against church policy at the time. Others thought he had something to do with her disappearance. Nothing was ever proven." "And the bell? When exactly did it stop working?" 1974, I believe. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I have evening prayers to prepare." He walked away, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he was saying. That night, I returned to the caretaker's cottage filled with questions. I spread the documents I'd smuggled out on my kitchen table, the photograph of the bell, the newspaper clippings about Elizabeth's disappearance, notes about Thomas Gardner's time at the church. One detail nagged at me. After Elizabeth vanished, Gardner had overseen renovations to the church grounds, including repaving the walkway beneath the bell tower. "Dig," the voice had said. Outside, darkness had fallen completely. Through my window, I could see the silent bell tower silhouetted against the night sky. I knew what I had to do, though every instinct warned against it. I waited until midnight. Armed with a shovel from the gardening shed and a powerful flashlight, I made my way to the stone path beneath the bell tower. The night was unnaturally still. No wind, no distant traffic sounds, not even the call of night birds. Just silence, as if the world were holding its breath. I examined the stonework, looking for signs of disturbance or repairs. Near the edge, I noticed several stones that seemed newer than the rest, their edges less weathered. I pried one loose, then another, setting them aside carefully. Beneath the stones was packed earth. I began to dig, each scrape of the shovel against soil sounding thunderous in the silence. 3 feet down, the shovel hit something solid with a dull thud. Not stone. Something softer. My stomach churned as I cleared away more dirt, revealing weathered fabric, what might once have been a blue dress. And beneath it, bones. I scrambled backward, dropping the shovel, bile rising in my throat. I'd found Elizabeth Morgan. And that's when the bell began to toll, the sound rolling down from the tower above me. Not 3 times now, but a continuous, maddening peal that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. Bong. 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 The sound was deafening, impossible. I covered my ears, looking up at the tower. In the belfry window, illuminated by moonlight, stood 2 figures side by side. Thomas Gardner's distinctive silhouette, and beside him, Father Mitchell, looking down at me. Our eyes met across the distance. He turned away from the window. I knew with horrible certainty that he was coming down. And I knew, somehow, that he had been there that night 51 years ago when Elizabeth died. The bell continued its relentless tolling as I ran toward my cottage, the sound following me like a physical presence, pushing me forward. Bong. 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 Each toll seemed to say, run. 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 Have you ever noticed how the most terrifying realizations come out with thunderclaps, but with whispers? I barricaded myself in the caretaker's cottage, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The bell had finally stopped its maddening toll, leaving behind a silence that felt almost as oppressive. Through the window, I watched the church, expecting Father Mitchell to emerge at any moment. But the building remained still, its windows dark except for the faint moonlight reflecting off stained glass. My hands wouldn't stop trembling as I pulled out my phone to call the police. How would I explain what I'd found? A half-century-old murder, discovered because a ghost told me to dig? I'd sound deranged. And yet there were human remains beneath those stones, Elizabeth Morgan's remains, that demanded justice. No signal. I stared at my phone in disbelief. There had been service earlier today. I tried moving around the cottage, holding the phone toward windows, even stepping onto the small porch momentarily. Nothing. It was as if the cottage had been cut off from the outside world. I returned inside, securing the deadbolt. Options limited, I gathered what evidence I had, the photographs, the news clippings. If I couldn't call for help, I'd have to make it to town in the morning. My car was parked just outside. As I sorted through the documents, something caught my eye, a detail I'd overlooked. In the photograph of the bell's installation, a small group of men stood proudly beside their creation. Among them was a face I recognized, much younger but unmistakable. Mitchell. Not Father Mitchell as I knew him now, but the same man, despite the image being from 1796. Impossible. People don't live for over 200 years. Unless... My thoughts were interrupted by a soft knock at the door. 3 gentle taps, perfectly spaced. "I know you're in there." Father Mitchell's voice was calm, reasonable. "We should talk about what you found." I remained frozen, silent. "The bell has chosen you," he continued. "Just as it chose Thomas. Just as it chose me, long ago. It's quite an honor, really." Another knock, more insistent this time. "I'm not going to hurt you." If I wanted that, I wouldn't be knocking politely, would I? A soft chuckle followed this statement. "I simply want to explain. There's so much you don't understand about the bell. About its power." Something in his tone made my skin crawl. I backed away from the door, bumping into the kitchen table. My elbow knocked over a glass, which shattered on the floor with a crash. "Ah, there you are," Father Mitchell said, his voice taking on a different quality, harder, colder. "Listen carefully. The bell has been dormant for 50 years. Now it's awake again, and it's hungry. It won't be satisfied until it feeds. Better to understand what we're dealing with than to fight it blindly." I glanced around frantically for a weapon, settling on a heavy cast iron pan from the stove. "Stay away from me." "Thomas thought he could escape too," Mitchell said. 50 years of silence, then the bell calls him back, only to cast him from the quarry cliff. That's what happens when you try to run from your obligations. The doorknob rattled. "Last chance," Mitchell called. "Open the door, or I'll be forced to take more direct action." "I found Elizabeth's body," I shouted back. "I know what happened. The police will too." Silence followed this declaration. Then soft laughter. "The police? My dear, do you think you're the first to discover our little secret? This town has belonged to the bell for generations. Why do you think no one investigated too deeply when Elizabeth disappeared? Why the search was called off after only 2 weeks?" The doorknob stopped rattling. For a moment, I thought he might have left. Then a tremendous crash shook the cottage as something heavy struck the door. Wood splintered around the lock. Another crash. The door frame cracked. I ran for the back door, fumbling with the unfamiliar lock. Behind me, the front door gave way with a final splintering crack. I didn't turn to look, just yanked the back door open and plunged into the darkness beyond. The night air hit my lungs as I sprinted across the churchyard, away from the cottage, away from Mitchell. I risked a glance back. Mitchell stood in the doorway, watching me run. He wasn't pursuing. Why wasn't he pursuing? My question was answered as I slammed into something solid that hadn't been there a moment before. A human figure materialized out of the darkness. Strong hands gripped my arms. I found myself staring into Thomas Gardner's face, the same face from the bell tower, from the photographs. Not a living man's face, but not quite a corpse either. Something in between, with skin like parchment stretched over bone, and eyes that reflected moonlight like a cat's. "She's trying to warn you," Gardner's voice rasped, his breath smelling of earth and decay. "Elizabeth. She thinks you can break the cycle. But you can't. None of us can." I struggled against his grip. "Let me go." I tried to run too, he continued as if I hadn't spoken. "For 50 years, I thought I was free. But the bell always calls us back in the end." Behind me, I heard Mitchell's measured footsteps approaching across the gravel. I kicked at Gardner's shin, surprising him enough that his grip loosened. I tore free, changing direction, running for the church itself. If I could get through to the road beyond. The church door stood open, light spilling from within, not electric light, but the flickering glow of dozens of candles. I hesitated at the threshold. Something told me that entering might be exactly what they wanted. But with Gardner and Mitchell behind me, I had little choice. I dashed inside. The nave was empty, candles burning in every alcove, every sconce. Their light transformed the familiar space into something otherworldly, shadows dancing across ancient stone. I ran for the side door that would lead to the road. It wouldn't open. Neither would the main doors when I rushed back to try them. Trapped. The tolling began again, distant at first, then growing louder with each peal. Not from above in the tower this time, but from below. Beneath the church. Bong. 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 The floor vibrated with each toll. Dust and small fragments of plaster rained from the ceiling. Mitchell entered calmly through the main doors that had been locked to me just moments before. Gardner followed, moving with an unnatural, gliding gait. "The bell summons us all," Mitchell said. "Can you feel it? Calling to something deep inside you? It recognized you the moment you set foot on these grounds. Why do you think you were hired from among dozens of applicants?" I backed away, moving toward the altar. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't you? Haven't you felt different since coming here? More aware of the veil between worlds? Able to see things others can't?" The truth of his words hit me like a physical blow. I had been experiencing strange sensations since arriving, not just the bell and the apparitions, but moments of inexplicable knowing, flashes of insight into people's thoughts, glimpses of events yet to happen. What is happening to me? My voice sounded small, frightened. "The bell chooses its servants carefully," Mitchell replied. "Thomas was one. I am one. Now you are one. It grants power in exchange for sacrifice." "Elizabeth," I whispered. Mitchell nodded. "The bell must be fed. Every 50 years, it requires a life. Thomas chose Elizabeth. I'll choose someone else when the time comes. Perhaps you'll make this election after me." "You're insane." I would never. Neither would Thomas, once. Neither would I. Mitchell's smile was almost sad. But the bell's song is persuasive. It grows louder in your mind until you can think of nothing else. Until giving it what it wants seems not just reasonable but necessary. The tolling grew louder, the entire church trembling now. Gardner had moved to the altar, where he was clearing away items, revealing a trapdoor beneath. "It's time you met our bell," Mitchell said. "The true bell. Not the one in the tower, that's merely a focus, a channel. The original is much older, much hungrier." Gardner pulled open the trapdoor, revealing stone steps descending into darkness. From below came the relentless tolling, each peal now accompanied by a flash of sickly green light. Bong! 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 "After you," Mitchell gestured toward the opening. I looked frantically for an escape, but they blocked all possible exits. The stained glass windows were too small, the drop to the floor below too great. I was cornered. Then I saw her, Elizabeth, standing behind Mitchell, visible only to me. Her form was translucent, her eyes hollow, her spectral hand reaching toward me in warning. "The symbols," her voice whispered in my mind. "Use the symbols." The Latin inscription from the bell. What had she translated it as? "The bell proclaims the truth." But that wasn't quite right. My mind raced, pulling from half-remembered Latin classes. Veritatem campanam clamet. More accurately, the bell cries out the truth, or commands the truth. An idea formed, desperate, probably futile, but my only chance. I took a step toward the trapdoor, as if complying. Mitchell smiled in approval. Then I stopped, drew myself up, and spoke directly to Gardner's spectral form. "Thomas Gardner," I said, my voice stronger than I felt. "By the bell's power, speak the truth. Did you kill Elizabeth Morgan?" Gardner's eyes widened in shock. His mouth worked soundlessly for a moment before words were torn from him. "No. I loved her." Mitchell's smile vanished. "Enough of this." Down the steps. "Now." But I pressed on. "Who killed Elizabeth Morgan?" "By the bell's power, speak the truth." Gardner's form seemed to shudder, fighting some internal battle. Finally, his arm rose, finger pointing directly at Mitchell. "He did. When we threatened to expose the bell's secret. When we planned to destroy it." Mitchell's face contorted with rage. "I am the bell's loyal servant. I have fed it for over 200 years. The tolling reached a fever pitch, the light from below pulsing green-white-green. The church walls seemed to warp around us, reality bending under the strain of ancient magic. I turned to Mitchell, gambling everything on one final command. "Father Ezekiel Mitchell, by the bell's power that you serve, speak the truth. What happens if the bell is denied its sacrifice?" His face went slack, eyes glazing over as the compulsion took hold. "The bell dies. Its power fades. Those bound to it are released or destroyed. And how can it be destroyed?" Mitchell fought the words, veins standing on his forehead, but they came nonetheless, with the blood of its servant poured over its surface. Gardner's spectral form suddenly solidified, becoming more present than before. He smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his face into that of the young man from the photographs. "That's why she called you," he said to me. "Elizabeth knew you would understand. Knew you would have the strength to end this." Mitchell had recovered, fury burning in his eyes. "Enough." He lunged at me, fingers curled like claws. I dodged, but he was inhumanly fast, catching my arm and dragging me toward the open trapdoor. Below, the green light pulsed in time with the tolling, revealing glimpses of a massive chamber hollowed from the living rock. And in its center, an enormous bell of black metal, hovering unsuspended above a pit. Gardner moved to intervene, but his spectral form passed harmlessly through Mitchell. Physical laws meant nothing to the bell's oldest servant. As Mitchell forced me toward the steps, I caught a glimpse of movement near the altar, Elizabeth's ghost, more solid now, holding something that glinted in the candlelight. The ceremonial knife used for communion bread. She tossed it, the blade spinning through the air. By some miracle or ghostly intervention, it landed at my feet. I broke free of Mitchell's grip just long enough to snatch it up. The bell must be fed, Mitchell hissed, grabbing me again. Yes, I agreed, meeting his eyes. It must. Then I plunged the knife into my own palm. Blood welled instantly, hot and bright against my skin. Mitchell's eyes widened in understanding and horror. Not like this, he whispered. Before he could stop me, I let my blood drip onto the stone steps leading down to the chamber. 3 drops. Each one sizzled on contact with the stone. The tolling stopped abruptly. Silence fell, heavy and complete. Then a new sound rose from below, not tolling now, but a high, keening wail like metal under extreme stress. The green light flared blindingly bright, then began to fade. Mitchell screamed, a sound of pure anguish. His grip on me loosened as he fell to his knees. His skin began to age rapidly before my eyes, wrinkles deepening, hair whitening, then falling out. Within seconds, he had become an ancient, withered thing. 200 years, he gasped, his voice now a dry whisper. 200 years of service. His body continued to deteriorate, flesh sinking inward, eyes receding into their sockets. Soon there was nothing but dust where he had knelt. From below, the wailing grew louder, the bell's death cry echoing through the foundations of the church. The stone floor began to crack, fissures spreading outward from the trapdoor. "We need to get out," Gardner said urgently. "Now!" I didn't need to be told twice. We ran for the main doors, which swung open at our approach. Behind us, the floor of the chancel collapsed inward with a deafening roar, taking the altar with it. We burst out into the churchyard just as the bell tower began to sway. Stone by ancient stone, it crumbled, collapsing in on itself like a house of cards. The destruction spread to the nave, the walls falling inward, centuries of history returning to dust in moments. When it was over, nothing remained of St. Augustine's but rubble and the echo of the bell's final cry fading into the night. Gardner stood beside me, his form already beginning to fade. "Thank you," he said simply. "What happens now?" I asked. "To you and Elizabeth?" "We're free," he replied. "The bell no longer holds us. We can move on." Behind him, Elizabeth's ghost appeared, her face peaceful now. She smiled at me, taking Gardner's hand. Together, they faded from sight, leaving me alone in the ruins of the church. As dawn broke over the horizon, casting golden light across the devastation, I wondered how I would explain what had happened here. Who would believe a tale of an ancient, hungry bell and its immortal servant? In the distance, sirens wailed, growing closer. Someone had seen the church collapse. Questions would be asked. Investigations launched. But as I looked at the rubble, I realized something vital was missing, any trace of the bell itself, either the decoy in the tower or the true bell below. As if it had never existed at all. Perhaps that was for the best. Some truths are better left unwrung. Is it possible for a sound to remain in the air long after the source has gone silent? 3 weeks after the collapse of St. Augustine's Church, I sat across from Detective Warren in a small interview room at the Blackwater Ridge Police Department. This marked our 4th session. The same questions, asked with slight variations, probing for inconsistencies in my story. A story I carefully sanitized of bells that rang themselves, ghosts that offered warnings, and priests who had lived for centuries. So you maintain that you heard strange noises and went to investigate, Detective Warren said, tapping his pen against his notepad. You discovered what you believed to be human remains under the walkway, and when you went into the church to call for help, you felt tremors. You barely escaped before the building collapsed. I nodded. That's exactly what happened. Warren studied me with tired eyes. He was a man approaching retirement, with salt and pepper hair and the weary expression of someone who had seen too much to be easily surprised. And Father Mitchell? As I've said before, I don't know. He wasn't in the church when I went in. Perhaps he was trapped in the collapse. This was the lie I committed to, simpler than explaining how Mitchell had crumbled to dust before my eyes after 2 centuries of unnatural life. Warren sighed, closing his notebook. The forensic team confirms the remains you found are human. Female, likely dead for decades. They're working on identification, but given the location and time frame, Elizabeth Morgan seems likely. A small victory for truth, at least. Elizabeth would get a proper burial after all these years. What I don't understand, Warren continued, is the structural failure. Engineers are baffled. Buildings like St. Augustine's don't just collapse without warning. And then there's the bell. My heart skipped a beat. The bell? Yes. According to church records, there was a large bronze bell in the tower. Quite valuable historically. But search teams haven't found a trace of it in the rubble. Not even fragments. I kept my expression neutral. Strange. Very. Warren leaned forward. Almost as strange as a caretaker who arrived in town 3 weeks ago with no prior connection to the area, no references we can verify, and a conveniently vague employment history. My palms began to sweat. I provided documentation when I applied for the position, but much of it was fabricated, a necessity given my circumstances. I hadn't expected this level of scrutiny. I needed a fresh start, I said, but partial truth easier to maintain than complete fiction. The position seemed perfect. Perfect timing too, Warren remarked. Just before historic property damage and the discovery of decades-old human remains. He stood, gathering his notes. Don't leave town. We'll talk again. Outside the police station, autumn had fully taken hold of Blackwater Ridge. Trees blazed orange and red along Main Street, and shop windows displayed Halloween decorations. I pulled my jacket tighter against the chill and headed toward the motel where I'd been staying since the collapse. As I walked, an odd sensation crept over me, the feeling of being watched. I glanced around but saw only ordinary townspeople going about their business. Yet the sensation persisted, an inch between my shoulder blades. When I passed the town's small clock tower, the minute hand moved to the hour with a soft mechanical click. And I heard it, faint but unmistakable. The toll of a bell. Bong. I froze mid-step, earning curious glances from passers-by. No one else reacted to the sound. No one else heard it. Bong. It wasn't coming from any direction I could pinpoint, more like it was originating inside my own head. My pulse quickened as I hurried my pace, nearly running by the time I reached the motel. Bong. 3 tolls. Always 3. Safe behind my locked door, I leaned against the wall, trying to calm my breathing. I was imagining things. Stress and trauma playing tricks on my mind. The bell was destroyed. Mitchell was gone. It was over. But when I finally gathered the courage to look in the bathroom mirror, I understood why people had been staring. My nose was bleeding, 3 perfect droplets of blood staining my upper lip. Sleep came fitfully that night, disturbed by dreams of endless staircases spiraling into darkness and Mitchell's voice whispering, "The bell chooses its servants carefully." I woke before dawn, drenched in sweat. As consciousness returned, I became aware of a strange weight in my closed fist. Slowly, fearfully, I opened my fingers. There in my palm lay a small bronze bell, no larger than a thimble. I had never seen it before, had no memory of acquiring it. Yet somehow I knew with terrible certainty that it was a piece of the St. Augustine bell, a fragment that had found its way to me. I dropped it as if burned, watching in horror as it rolled across the bedside table before coming to rest against the lamp. It seemed to pulse in the dim light, as if breathing. My phone rang, startling me so badly I nearly fell from the bed. Detective Warren's name flashed on the screen. "Hello?" My voice sounded strange even to my own ears. "We need you to come in again," Warren said without preamble. "There's been a development." "What kind of development?" A pause. "We found something in the church records. Something concerning you." Ice formed in my stomach. "That's impossible. I only worked there for—" "Not about your employment," Warren interrupted. "About your family. Your grandfather, specifically. Daniel Morgan." The name hit me like a physical blow. My maternal grandfather, who died before I was born. I'd never known him, had only seen a handful of old photographs. My mother rarely spoke of him. "What about him?" I managed. "He was born in Blackwater Ridge. Left in 1973. Right after his sister disappeared." The room seemed to tilt around me. "His sister?" "Elizabeth Morgan. The woman whose remains we found." Warren's voice softened slightly. "You didn't know, did you? That you're related to her?" I couldn't speak. My mother had never mentioned an aunt, never spoken of family in Blackwater Ridge. Was it possible she hadn't known either? "I'll be there in 20 minutes, I finally said, ending the call. As I dressed, my eyes kept returning to the tiny bell on the nightstand. It seemed to watch me, judging. I considered throwing it away but found I couldn't. Instead, I slipped it into my pocket, its weight far greater than its size should allow. The police station was unusually busy when I arrived. Officers moved with purpose, speaking in hushed tones. Warren met me at the front desk, his expression grim. "This way," he said, leading me not to the interview room but to his private office. Once inside, he closed the door and indicated a chair. "What I'm about to show you is disturbing," he warned, retrieving a file from his desk. "But giving a connection to the case, you have a right to know." He opened the file to reveal old photographs, crime scene images, by the look of them. In the center was a young woman sprawled on stone steps, blood pooling beneath her head. "This is Elizabeth Morgan," Warren explained. "Or rather, what we thought was Elizabeth Morgan. These photos were taken in 1973 in the basement of a house on the edge of town. The man who owned the property claimed he found her like this, already dead." I stared at the image, nauseated yet unable to look away. The woman's face was clearly visible and familiar, the same face I'd seen in the church photograph, the same ghostly features that had appeared to me in the bell tower. The case was ruled a suicide, despite evidence suggesting otherwise, Warren continued. The homeowner had an alibi, ironically provided by Father Mitchell from St. Augustine's. The body was released for burial, and the case was closed. But that doesn't make sense, I said. If she was buried, then whose remains did I find under the walkway? Warren slid another document across the desk, a laboratory report dated the previous day. DNA testing confirms the remains from the church belonged to Elizabeth Morgan. Which means the woman in these photographs wasn't Elizabeth, I finished, understanding dawning. It was someone else. Warren nodded grimly. According to records, Elizabeth had no identifying marks or scars. But the woman in these photos had a small tattoo on her wrist, partially visible here. He pointed to a detail I'd missed. And dental records don't match what we've recovered from the church remains. My head spun with implications. So who died in 1973? And why was it covered up? That's what we're trying to determine. Warren leaned back in his chair. Your grandfather left town immediately after this death. Elizabeth was officially listed as missing. And the woman who actually died? No missing persons report matches her description. I thought of Mitchell's words, the bell must be fed. Every 50 years, it requires a life. Had Elizabeth been the intended sacrifice? Had Mitchell killed this unknown woman instead when Elizabeth escaped? And what had happened to my grandfather? There's more, Warren said, interrupting my thoughts. We've been looking into Father Mitchell's background. Man's a ghost. No records before he arrived in Blackwater Ridge in 1980. The diocese has no ordination documents for him. His seminary credentials are forgeries. None of this surprised me, but I feigned shock. So he was a fraud? Appears so. And now he's missing, along with the church bell. Warren studied my face carefully. Strange coincidences piling up around you. Before I could respond, a sharp knock came at the door. Another officer entered, whispering something urgently in Warren's ear. The detective's expression darkened. You need to see this, he said to me, standing abruptly. I followed him through the station to a small conference room where a television had been set up. Several officers gathered around it, watching a news broadcast. The reporter stood before yellow police tape surrounding a familiar site, the quarry where Thomas Gardner had allegedly fallen to his death. Making this the second body recovered from Blackwater Quarry in less than a month, the reporter was saying. Police have not released identification, but sources confirm the deceased is an older man who matches the description of missing St. Augustine's church official, Ezekiel Mitchell. Impossible. Mitchell had disintegrated before my eyes, his unnaturally long life catching up in seconds. There couldn't be a body. The camera panned to show medical examiners loading a gurney into an ambulance. From this distance, I couldn't make out features, but something about the covered form seemed wrong, too rigid, too angular. Found by hikers this morning, Warren explained. Initial reports indicate the body has been there for weeks, yet shows minimal decomposition. Almost like it's been preserved somehow. A chill ran through me as I remembered Mitchell's final moments, his flesh drying, contracting, turning to dust. What if it hadn't been destruction but transformation? What if the bell's power had protected him somehow, even in death? The tiny bell in my pocket suddenly felt hot against my thigh. I resisted the urge to reach for it. "I'd like you to come with us to the morgue," Warren said. "Perhaps you can make a positive ID, given your work with him." I nodded numbly, knowing I had little choice. As we left the station, the town clock began to strike the hour. I counted each toll, holding my breath. 1, 2, 3. Only 3, though it was 11 o'clock. No one else seemed to notice the discrepancy. At the county morgue, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as a technician led us to the examination room. The air smelled of disinfectant and something else, something metallic and ancient. The body lay on a stainless steel table, covered with a sheet. "Ready?" the technician asked, hand poised to pull back the covering. I nodded, though every instinct screamed to run. The sheet was drawn back, revealing the face of Father Mitchell, or what appeared to be his face, stretched over something that was decidedly not human. The skin had a strange, metallic sheen, like bronze covered in a thin layer of flesh. The eyes were open, staring at nothing, their irises an unnatural green. "Is this Ezekiel Mitchell?" Warren asked. My voice caught in my throat as the corpse's eyes suddenly shifted, focusing directly on me. No one else reacted. They couldn't see it. Just as they couldn't hear the bells toll. "Yes," I managed. "That's him." As I spoke, the eyes blinked once, deliberately. Mitchell's lips parted slightly, and a whisper emerged, audible only to me. "The bell remembers. The bell returns. The bell reclaims." The tiny fragment in my pocket vibrated in response, growing hotter until I could feel it burning through the fabric. I clutched at my leg, trying to stifle a cry of pain. "Are you all right?" Warren asked, concern evident in his voice. "Fine," I gasped. It's a shock seeing him like this." Warren nodded sympathetically, misinterpreting my distress. "We'll need to ask you more questions, but that can wait until tomorrow. You should get some rest." Outside the morgue, I gulped fresh air, trying to steady myself. The bell fragment had stopped burning, returning to a normal temperature against my thigh. But I could feel it pulse in time with my heartbeat, as if it had synchronized itself to my life rhythm. As I walked away from the building, my phone rang, an unknown number. I hesitated before answering. "Hello?" They found my brother's journal. A woman's voice, elderly but strong. "Daniel Morgan's journal. My name is Catherine. I think we need to talk about what's happening in Blackwater Ridge. My aunt, another relative I'd never known existed. How did you get this number?" "The same way I knew you'd come here eventually. The bell calls back those connected to it." Her voice cracked slightly. "Daniel wrote everything down before he died. About Elizabeth. About the bell. About what happened 50 years ago. And what happens every 50 years before that." I thought of the tiny bell in my pocket, how it had appeared in my closed hand during the night. "The bell isn't destroyed, is it?" "No," Catherine confirmed. "It can't be destroyed. Not permanently. It breaks apart, finds new vessels, reforms. It's been doing this for centuries." "And Mitchell?" "Just a servant, like many before him. The bell is the true power. And now it's chosen you, just as it once chose Elizabeth. The world seemed to tilt beneath my feet." "Why me?" "Blood calls to blood," she replied simply. "Elizabeth defied it. Now it wants a Morgan to set things right. To complete the cycle." "I won't kill for it," I said firmly. None of them thought they would, Catherine sighed. Come to Four Pines Road, the old farmhouse at the end. We don't have much time before it takes stronger hold of you. The call ended, leaving me standing alone on the sidewalk. In my pocket, the bell fragment seemed to vibrate with anticipation, as if it had been waiting for this moment. As I flagged down a taxi, I realized with growing horror that I could hear it now, a soft, rhythmic tolling inside my mind, counting down to something inevitable. Bong. 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 3 tolls. Always 3. Past, present, and future, bound together by bronze and blood. Did you know that when a bell is cast, it traps within its metal the very sounds of its making? Catherine Morgan lived in a farmhouse that time had forgotten its withered clapboards the color of bleached bone. The taxi dropped me at the end of a long gravel driveway, the driver refusing to go farther, muttering something about the cursed Morgan place as he sped away. Autumn wind whispered through tall pines surrounding the property, their branches casting spindly shadows across the overgrown lawn. With each step toward the house, the fragment in my pocket grew heavier, as if resisting my approach. Before I could knock, the door swung open. Catherine Morgan stood in the doorway, a woman in her 80s, spine straight despite her years, silver hair pulled into a severe bun. Her eyes, sharp and assessing, were the same shape as mine. "You have a piece of it with you," she said instead of greeting me. Not a question. I nodded, unable to deny it. "Show me." Reluctantly, I withdrew the small bronze bell from my pocket. In the fading daylight, it gleamed as if freshly polished, though I hadn't touched it since finding it in my palm that morning. Catherine's face tightened. Inside. Quickly. The farmhouse interior was cluttered but meticulously clean, shelves lined with books, walls covered in maps and diagrams. The dining table was buried beneath stacks of journals and loose papers. Everything smelled faintly of lavender and old leather. "Put it there," Catherine instructed, pointing to a small metal box open on the sideboard. The box's interior was lined with symbols etched into lead, similar to those I'd seen on the bell in the church tower. I placed the fragment inside, and Catherine snapped the lid shut, turning a small key in the lock. Almost immediately, I felt lighter, as if a pressure I hadn't fully registered had been lifted. "Containment box," she explained, noticing my reaction. "Dampens its influence. Won't last forever, but gives us time to talk." She gestured for me to sit at the kitchen table, where she poured 2 cups of tea from a waiting pot. The everyday normality of the gesture felt surreal after everything that had happened. "My brother Daniel was Elizabeth's twin," Catherine began without preamble. "When she disappeared, he knew something terrible had happened at that church. He spent months investigating, gathering evidence, but no one would listen. The town protected its secrets. Protected the bell." She pushed a leather-bound journal across the table. "This is his account. I've kept it safe all these years, waiting. Waiting for what? For the cycle to begin again. For the bell to call another Morgan." Her eyes met mine. "For you." I opened the journal with trembling hands. Daniel's handwriting was cramped but legible, filling page after page with observations, interviews, and increasingly desperate theories. I skimmed until a particular passage caught my eye. November 19th, 1973. I found Elizabeth's research in her apartment today. What she discovered about the bell is impossible, yet explains everything. St. Augustine's bell isn't a church bell at all. It's much older, pre-Christian, possibly Celtic or even earlier. A blood bell, used in sacrifice. Someone brought it to America, disguised it as a church bell, but couldn't change its nature. Every 50 years, it requires a sacrifice. The town's prosperity depends on it, the mines, the farms, everything. Those who resist or interfere meet with accidents. Elizabeth learned too much, planned to destroy it. Now she's gone, and a woman who looks like her is buried in her place. Mitchell orchestrated it all. Gardner was just a pawn, like those before him. I've traced the pattern back through town records. Every 50 years, strange deaths. Every 50 years, the church gains a new bell ringer. And after each cycle, Blackwater Ridge flourishes while neighboring towns struggle. I'm leaving tonight. Not because I'm afraid for myself, but for Catherine. For any children I might have someday. Blood calls to blood. The bell remembers. If I stay, it will take another Morgan. I looked up at Catherine, questions forming. Before I could speak, a sharp pain lanced through my head, a high-pitched ringing that quickly became unbearable. I pressed my hands to my ears, but the sound was coming from within. Catherine was on her feet instantly, moving to the metal box. "It's fighting the containment," she said grimly. Stronger than I expected. The ringing subsided to a dull throb as she placed the box in a larger case lined with similar protective symbols. But I could still feel the fragment's presence, like a silent call at the edge of my awareness. "We don't have much time," Catherine continued, returning to the table. "Mitchell's body was found, which means the bell is already reforming. It's gathering its fragments, calling them home. The body at the morgue, it wasn't really him, was it?" I asked. "Not anymore. Just a vessel, a temporary housing. The bell uses human forms sometimes when it's vulnerable. Hides inside them until it can fully reconstitute itself." Another piece clicked into place. The symbols on the bell, they're not just decoration. They're some kind of binding spell, aren't they? Keeping something contained within the metal. Catherine nodded grimly. The bell isn't just an object. It's a prison and a portal. What lives inside it is ancient, hungry. The sacrifices feed it, maintain the seal. Yet the cycle is broken. It gets free, I finished, and takes what it wants. The whole town. Perhaps more. She took a sip of her tea, hand steady despite her words. "Your arrival has accelerated things. Blood calls to blood." Elizabeth defied it. "You are blood. It wants balance restored." Outside, darkness had fallen completely. Wind rattled the windows, carrying the scent of approaching rain. Something thumped against the side of the house, a branch, I told myself. Just a branch. "What do we do?" I asked. Catherine's gaze was unwavering. "We have two choices. Complete the cycle, give the bell what it wants. One life to save many." I recoiled. That can't be the only option. The second choice is more dangerous. We seek out the bell's fragments before they can reunite. Then we perform the ritual Elizabeth discovered, not to destroy the bell, but to transform it. Bind what's inside more permanently. How do we find the fragments? Catherine pointed at me. "You can feel them. The piece you carried has created a connection. Like calls to like." She was right. Even now, with the fragment contained, I could sense a pull, a directional tug towards something west of us. And another to the north. Distinct points of resonance in the darkness. "If we fail," Catherine continued, or if the bell completes its reformation before we can perform the ritual, there's only the first option left: sacrifice. And since you're connected to it now, it would want me, I realized with growing horror. My life. Catherine didn't need to confirm it. Her silence was answer enough. A tremendous crash from the front of the house interrupted us. The lights flickered, then went out, plunging us into darkness. I heard Catherine moving, the scratch of a match, then the warm glow of a candle illuminated her face. "It's found us," she said calmly. "Sooner than I expected." Another crash, the sound of splintering wood. Wind howled through the house as the front door gave way. Catherine grabbed the case containing the bell fragment and thrust it into my hands. "The cellar," she hissed. "There's another exit." "Go." I hesitated. "What about you?" "I've lived my life," she said simply. "Elizabeth died protecting this secret. Daniel fled to protect future generations. My part is to buy you time." From the front of the house came the sound of heavy footsteps. Not human, too irregular, too mechanical. And beneath it, a familiar rhythmic toll. Bong. 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 Catherine pushed me toward the cellar door. "The ritual instructions are in the case. Find the fragments. Finish what Elizabeth started." Before I could protest further, she shoved me through the doorway and slammed it shut. I heard the key turn in the lock from the other side. The cellar stairs creaked beneath my weight as I descended by the light of my phone. Above, I heard Catherine's voice, strong and clear, chanting something in a language I didn't recognize. Her words were answered by an inhuman howl of rage. The cellar was a maze of stone walls and earthen floors. I navigated by instinct and the fragment's pull, eventually finding a narrow tunnel that sloped upward toward the woods behind the property. As I emerged among the trees, the night sky lit up with an unnatural green flash. Behind me, Catherine's house erupted in emerald flames that cast no heat. At its center stood a figure, not Mitchell's body from the morgue, but something taller, angular, its form shifting between human and something else entirely. In one elongated hand, it held what remained of Catherine Morgan. I should have felt grief, horror, the urge to help. Instead, I felt the fragment in the case pulse with excitement. Part of me, a new, alien part, exulted in the display of power. The bell's influence was already taking hold. I tore my eyes away from the scene and ran into the darkness of the pine forest, Catherine's final gift clutched against my chest. The path ahead was clear now. Find the remaining fragments before they could reunite, complete the ritual Elizabeth had discovered, or become the sacrifice myself. The rain began as I reached the forest's edge, fat drops that quickly became a downpour. I kept moving, guided by the fragment's pull. My phone's navigation placed me on a course toward Blackwater Quarry, where Gardner had died, where Mitchell's body had been found, where another fragment waited. Hours passed in a blur of wet woodland and slippery hills. By the time I reached the quarry's edge, dawn was breaking, a sickly gray light filtering through storm clouds. Below, dark water filled the abandoned mining pit, its surface churned by rain. The fragment in the case pulled strongly now, almost violently. I felt its counterpart calling from beneath those waters. Without thinking, I began to descend the rocky path toward the quarry floor. The rain had made the trail treacherous. Halfway down, my foot slipped on wet stone. I fell, tumbling over rocks and scrub brush, eventually coming to a painful stop against an outcropping. The case flew from my grasp, landing several yards away. As I struggled to my feet, movement caught my eye. Someone else was at the quarry's edge. Detective Warren, watching my descent. His expression was unreadable at this distance, but his posture suggested purpose rather than coincidence. Had he followed me? Or had he been drawn here just as I had been? I had no time to ponder the question. At the water's edge, the surface began to bubble and churn. Something was rising from the depths. A hand broke the surface, bronze and flesh merged in impossible ways, fingers elongated into metallic claws. It gripped the shore, pulling the rest of its form from the water. What emerged was only partially human. Mitchell's face stretched across a framework of bronze and other metals, body distended and reconstructed with mechanical precision. The bell was rebuilding itself, using human remains as raw material. I need the fragment, the thing that had been Mitchell called, its voice a grinding metallic approximation of speech. Give it to me, and your death will be quick. The blood price must be paid. I backed away, reaching for the case. The monstrosity followed, water streaming from its patchwork form. Each step it took was accompanied by the sound of tolling, bong, bong, bong. Stay back. I warned uselessly. It continued advancing. The bell remembers the Morgans. Elizabeth's betrayal. The interrupted cycle. Blood must answer for blood. From my peripheral vision, I saw Warren descending the quarry path, gun drawn. He couldn't possibly understand what he was seeing, what he was walking into. Police! Don't move! Warren shouted, his voice nearly lost in the rain. The creature paused, turning its malformed head toward the detective. In that moment of distraction, I lunged for the case, fingers closing around the handle. Instead of retreating, I found myself opening it, reaching for the fragment inside. The containment box fell open at my touch. The small bronze bell seemed to leap into my palm, its surface hot against my skin. Immediately, a strange clarity washed over me, knowledge that wasn't mine flooding my consciousness. I understood now what Elizabeth had discovered. The ritual wasn't just words and gestures. It required bringing the fragments together, but not to destroy them. To command them. The bell didn't choose its servants. Its servants mastered it. Mitchell had been a servant, but Elizabeth had nearly become its master. That's why it feared her. Why it had her killed. Why it now feared me. Warren was shouting something, but his words were drowned out by the deafening toll that filled my head. The creature lunged toward me, its movements suddenly desperate rather than predatory. I held the fragment aloft, feeling its power connect with the larger piece before me. Words rose to my lips, ancient words in a language I'd never studied but somehow knew intimately. Ego te vinculum. Ego te imperio. Ego sum campana et campanarius. I bind you. I command you. I am the bell and the bell ringer. The creature screamed, a sound like metal tearing, and fell to its knees. The rain intensified, turning the ground to mud around us. Warren had reached the quarry floor now, his gun trained on the writhing form before me. What the hell is that thing? He demanded, voice tight with controlled fear. The true face of Blackwater Ridge's prosperity, I answered, never taking my eyes from the creature. Every 50 years, it demands a sacrifice. And the town provides one. Understanding dawned in Warren's eyes, not comprehension of the supernatural, but recognition of evil masked as tradition. The unsolved disappearances. The deaths ruled as accidents or suicides. All of them sacrifices, I confirmed. Mitchell was its caretaker for generations. Now it's trying to reform. The fragment burned hotter in my palm, searing my skin. The pain was excruciating, but I couldn't release it now. I stepped toward the creature, continuing the incantation that flowed from some ancestral memory. Sanguis sanguinum. Vitam vitae. Blood to blood. Life to life. The creature thrashed violently, its form beginning to melt like bronze in a crucible. From its liquefying body emerged the full shape of the bell, black metal etched with glowing symbols, hovering inches above the mud. In that moment, I understood my choices with perfect clarity. I could complete the ritual Elizabeth had discovered, bind the entity within the bell permanently, but at the cost of tethering my own life force to it. I would become its new keeper, forced to remain in Blackwater Ridge for the rest of my days. Or I could let the cycle continue. One more sacrifice, Catherine had already paid the price. But there was a third option. One that Elizabeth had glimpsed but hadn't lived to attempt. I turned to Warren, who stood frozen in disbelief at the supernatural scene unfolding before him. Detective, I need your help. There's a third fragment at St. Augustine's ruins. We need it. Warren hesitated only briefly before nodding. Tell me what to do. Hold this, I said, offering him Catherine's case. Don't touch the fragment inside. Just keep it safe while I finish this. As Warren took the case, I stepped forward, plunging my hand, still clutching the small bell fragment, directly into the liquefying form of the larger bell. Pain exploded through my arm as flesh met molten metal, but I pushed deeper, guided by instinct and Elizabeth's discovered knowledge flowing through me. At the bell's core was something other, a pulsing darkness older than the metal that contained it. Not evil exactly, but hungry. Endlessly hungry. Ego te nomino, I whispered through gritted teeth. I name you. The darkness writhed at the words, trying to flee from the naming. Ego te libero. I free you. The bell's surface began to crack, fissures of light spreading across its ancient form. The darkness inside thrashed more violently, sensing its prison weakening. Ego te dimito. I release you. With a sound like the world tearing in half, the bell shattered. The force of the explosion threw me backward into the quarry waters. Darkness engulfed me, not unconsciousness, but something more profound. For a brief moment, I felt myself dissolving, becoming one with the ancient entity as it escaped its centuries-long imprisonment. It had no malice, only hunger and gratitude for its release. As our consciousnesses brushed against each other, I glimpsed its true nature, a being from beyond our reality, trapped by human ritual, sustained by human sacrifice. Neither evil nor good, merely other. Then it was gone, slipping through the terror and reality that the bell's destruction had created, returning to whatever dimension had spawned it. I surfaced from the quarry waters gasping for air. The rain had stopped. Warren stood at the edge, reaching out to pull me from the water. Of the bell, nothing remained but scattered bronze fragments, already dulling without the entity's power to sustain them. Are you all right? Warren asked, helping me to shore. I examined my arm. The skin was burned where it had entered the bell, marked with intricate symbols that matched those once etched into the bell's surface. But the wounds were already healing, the patterns fading. It's over, I said, surprised to find I believed it. Truly over. In the weeks that followed, the official story became one of discovery and resolution. Elizabeth Morgan's remains were finally laid to rest with proper ceremony. The unidentified woman buried in her place was exhumed, her true identity still a mystery, but her death now properly investigated as murder. Father Mitchell was declared missing, presumed dead in the church collapse. The historical bell was written off as stolen by metal thieves, a common enough occurrence with church bells. Warren never spoke publicly of what he'd witnessed at the quarry, but he did share what we found among the church ruins, a hidden chamber beneath the altar containing records of sacrifices dating back to the town's founding. Names of victims and those who offered them, stretching across centuries. I attended Catherine's funeral, a small, quiet affair. As the only surviving relative, I inherited the farmhouse and everything in it, including Daniel's journals and Elizabeth's research. A legacy I never knew awaited me. The mark on my arm has faded to a pale scar, barely visible except in certain light. But sometimes, when I'm drifting off to sleep, I hear it, not in the air, but in my blood. The phantom echo of a bell that no longer exists, tolling 3 times before fading into silence. Bong. 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 They say that when a bell is cast, it traps within its metal the very sounds of its making. Perhaps that's true of people as well. We carry within us the echoes of events that shaped us, reverberating across generations until someone finally breaks the cycle. I've put the house up for sale. I won't be staying in Blackwater Ridge. There's nothing holding me here now, no ancestral curse, no hungry entity demanding sacrifice, no bell calling me to service. But as I pack Elizabeth's research for a journey I'm not sure I'm ready for, I wonder if some smaller fragment might have escaped, hidden somewhere I haven't thought to look. I wonder if 50 years from now, someone else might hear the tolling. I wonder if freedom from the bell's curse is ever truly complete, or if the echo remains, waiting for the right moment to call us back. As I load the last box into my car, a strange sensation passes over me, a momentary disorientation, as if the world has shifted slightly on its axis. I pause, looking back at the weathered farmhouse where Catherine had spent her final days. In the morning light, it seems smaller somehow, diminished without the weight of secrets it once contained. My phone buzzes with a notification. An email from Professor Landry at Miskatonic University, responding to the inquiry I'd sent about Elizabeth's research. Fascinating material, she writes. Would very much like to meet and discuss further. Some of these symbols appear in other contexts throughout history, always associated with liminal spaces and dimensional boundaries. I tuck the phone away, unsure if I'll respond. Part of me wants to leave everything behind, the research, the history, the connection to something ancient and unknowable. But another part recognizes the importance of understanding, of keeping watch. As I slide into the driver's seat, something catches my eye, a glint of metal in the overgrown grass near the driveway. My heart stutters as I step out to investigate, half expecting to find another bell fragment somehow overlooked. Instead, it's just an old coin, tarnished and worn smooth by time. I flip it over in my palm, relief washing through me. Not everything that shines is sinister. Not every echo demands attention. I drive away from Blackwater Ridge as the town clock strikes 11. This time, I hear all 11 tolls, clear and ordinary in the morning air. No discrepancies, no hidden meanings. Just time passing as it should. In my rearview mirror, the silhouette of St. Augustine's ruin stands against the horizon, a broken shadow, powerless now. The town will either rebuild or fade, finding its way forward without the unnatural prosperity the bell once provided. And me? I'm neither keeper nor servant, neither savior nor sacrifice. Just a witness to something ancient that briefly touched our world before returning to its own. The mark on my arm may never completely disappear, but it's fading more each day, becoming just another scar with a story behind it. I turn onto the highway, windows down, letting the wind carry away the lingering scent of old books and ancient bronze. Ahead lies uncertainty, but it's an ordinary kind, the human kind. I don't know if the bell will ever call again, if its fragments will somehow find their way back together in some distant future. But if they do, if 50 years from now another Morgan feels that pull in their blood, they'll find Elizabeth's research waiting and my own additions to it. They'll know they aren't the first to break the cycle. They'll know it can be done. The radio crackles to life as I cross the county line, playing a song I don't recognize. I turn it up, drowning out the memory of tolling bronze. 3 miles later, I realize I'm smiling. Some bells, once silenced, never ring again. Hope your dreams are filled with fear. Good night.